Wind, water, fire, and earth. Elements of creation. Elements of destruction. These are the forces of nature's fury. New Zealand, an island archipelago on the edge of the Pacific Ocean. Through the spine of the islands runs a fault line of earthquakes and volcanoes. This place is disaster central. Over the past decade, New Zealand has seen a barrage of deadly natural disasters. A savage earthquake fault that shook for 6 months of hell. Tornadoes that ripped through a city. And a volcano that unleashed its fury. This island at the edge of the world lives on the precipice of disaster, as meteorological expert Philip Duncan explains.
I mean, New Zealand's exposed to not just severe weather, but also seismic activity. We're on the Ring of Fire, so we share that with Japan and other parts around the Pacific that get lots of earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. So New Zealand is unique. You know, we have this position on Earth where we get a lot of things thrown at us.
Volcanologist Professor Heather Handley explains why these Pacific Isles are on such shaky ground.
There's been a lot of earthquake activity in New Zealand, and this is because these plates are either sliding or pushing or trying to push underneath each other. So the northern part of New Zealand sits on the Australian plate, and the southern part sits on the Pacific plate. So you can actually cross one of these tectonic plate boundaries in New Zealand. And because of this, there's so much tectonic activity and volcanic activity related to being close to one of these plate boundaries.
Christchurch, early 2011. The city is slowly recovering from 2 minor earthquakes that hit in 2010.
We certainly had the September quake earlier, and we had aftershocks, as you would expect in a large quake like that.
Helicopter pilot and rescue worker Mark Reed has worked on the front line of disasters across New Zealand.
We got off so light on the very first earthquake in September that no one would ever expect what happened in the February quake.
You know, the first 2 earthquakes, everything started on 4th of September 2010, and they caused massive liquefaction and damage here, but people were still living in this area.
Geologist Professor Misko Kubranoski understands the destructive force known as liquefaction, which had caused massive damage across Christchurch in late 2010, but without loss of life.
So during an earthquake, just imagine a strong shaking starts. Within 2, 3, 4 seconds, the soil is going to liquefy. And that means that the pore pressures in the ground, in the water, groundwater, are going to be extremely high. They pretty much result in separation of the soil particles, so the soil turns into viscous fluid, and that fluidized matter can then easily be ejected on the ground surface as ejector, soil ejector, and obviously there was a lot of water also reaching the ground surface.
Most New Zealanders have grown up with earthquakes, but most people don't spend every day worrying about it because they are sort of like, you can't control them. You don't know when they're going to happen.
It's been said that one of the great failings of Earth science is our inability to predict earthquakes.
Dr. Craig O'Neill is an earth and planetary scientist at Australia's Macquarie University.
Nearly every other natural disaster, we can come up with some sort of early warning system for. Tsunamis, we can see them coming across the ocean. Cyclones and hurricanes, we've got the satellite data these days. Even volcanoes, you can start to see them rise up as the magma rises. But earthquakes, you get zero warning for. They just occur, they release an enormous amount of energy in a fraction of a second, and then they're over with. And it's really, really difficult to predict where these things will occur.
These minor tremors that had occurred since the September 2010 earthquake masked a hidden hell. Christchurch was sitting on a fault line below the city centre.
But what we didn't know around Christchurch is there's lots and lots of little faults, and some of them have been identified, but lots haven't. And the fault that went on Christchurch was a previously unidentified fault that no one knew was there, but it built up strain across it over time, and when it went practically right underneath the city.
In Christchurch, for example, you have a magnitude 6.2 earthquake right underneath a populated city centre.
Earthquake scientist Mark Quigley sees the cause of these faults laying deep under the Earth's surface.
The Earth's crust is full of cracks. We call them fractures. They have a variety of different orientations. They extend down in continental crust to 10, 15, even 20 kilometers below the surface. As the Earth's crust is being squeezed by plate tectonic forces, all of those cracks are being put under stress. And eventually, the stress that's being applied to those cracks exceeds their frictional strength, and they break. And it's that breaking which creates an earthquake.
It's very difficult to map these fault systems, and so we can't actually see these things on the surface.
Tom Hawker and Penny Spencer were local residents of Christchurch and in a relationship together. They both enjoyed work at Christchurch's CTV building, a recently constructed TV studio and office block.
At the time of the earthquake, I was working for a company called CTV in Christchurch, and the day just started out just like any other normal day. Didn't really think much of it. And then that's when I went out for lunch. I was with my girlfriend Penelope at the time.
On the day of the February earthquake, me and Tom went out for lunch late because I covered reception for Marianne while she was at lunch, so everything was normal.
Little did they know this shift in who covered reception would keep the young couple from harm's way when disaster struck. And Tom and Penny's friend, Marianne, was lulled into the feeling of a normal day, despite the two destructive earthquakes only a few months back in 2010.
Well, I had been on an early lunch break and I came back to work at 12:30. And I was, just doing the usual thing, and I was at reception, which was on the ground floor. Luckily, I was on the ground floor.
Professor Mark Quigley was also in Christchurch in 2011, studying the earlier earthquakes of 2010 that, while destructive, had not caused any deaths.
So there were no fatalities, and the effects were significant, but it was more the consequence of that earthquake changing the stress field of the entire crust around that region and triggering this prolonged and quite complicated aftershock sequence, which slowly migrated its way into the Christchurch region.
Little did Professor Mark Quigley realise his life's work was about to get life-threatening.
It was a tremendous time to be an earth scientist with expertise in earthquakes in that community, and people were very, very interested. And that all changed with the February earthquake, because all of a sudden everything became much more complicated, and there were the fatalities and the building collapses.
At the CTV building, it was a normal lunchtime break for young couple Tom and Penny and their colleague Marianne, when suddenly they felt what had now become common in Christchurch over the past few months, a rumbling in the ground.
The most thing that made me want to get out of the building was the noise, because that was horrific.
To everyone's horror, this rumbling was no minor aftershock. It was the most savage natural disaster to smash New Zealand in 50 years.
I personally didn't know the damage of every individual site at that stage, but you could tell there's a lot of carnage.
For the dozens of people caught in the CTV building, the situation was now life and death.
I was running for my life. And while I'm running, there's a lot of other earthquakes happening as well. And this church collapsed, a wall collapsed as well on one side. So there was a lot of noise happening.
After 2 previous earthquakes in the past few months, nature was now getting lethal, with a killer quake wrecking the city.
Bodies were retrieved from the CTV and laid down on tarps underneath to the side of us, and we could see there was a few fatalities at that stage.
And I remember Tom grabbed me. And hugged me really tight. And I think that was when it hit me what had actually happened. And that's when I just screamed.
I think the issue was that that earthquake created a prolonged aftershock sequence which migrated into Christchurch and in a sense took place on faults right beneath the city. Incredibly strong shaking. We're talking about in the Christchurch Central Business District. And so that ground shaking intensity exceeded the design capacity of the buildings. And in particular, the CTV building was the most dramatic of those.
Tom and Penny's colleague, Marianne, was inside the CTV building as the quake hit.
It sounded like a train or a plane landing on the roof of the building. Penelope and Tom heard the screams from the building, but I was running on the other side.
Quite a lot of stress and panic unfolded in a lot of these workplaces. I know I was about to head out for lunch with one of my mates, and we just stood in a doorway on opposite side of the hallway, staring at each other, going, "This is not good. This is a really strong earthquake."
So the ground motion that occurred was somewhere up to about 2G. So it was throwing people up into the air. One of the hardest hit points was actually a primary school in the area, which would have had kids flying up in the air like they were on a trampoline, really. Now, the problem with that sort of magnitude is if you're standing, you may well land on your feet, but a building won't. So that kind of acceleration on a building local to that area is really, really devastating. And it doesn't even matter if you build to earthquake standards, you're gonna cause some damage in the buildings regardless.
I ran straight up to the building, or what was left of it, and started like screaming people's names just in the hope that someone was able to hear me, I guess. I don't really know. It's just you do things in a panic and...
Marianne felt the spirit of her recently deceased mother had guided her out of the building.
I just think she was there with me and helped me get out.
The whole building had collapsed and she raced out.
The building came down, we reckon, in 12 to 15 seconds. So it was down. By the time I got to the middle of the road, it was down.
It was almost like a controlled demolition. That's what it looked like if you watch it, like a controlled demolition on TV.
As day turned to night, the race was on to rescue any survivors still trapped in the CTV building.
We're doing the CTV bucketing. There was quite a few bodies being recovered.
So we were obviously deployed down to the CTV site, and at that stage there was cordons being set up around the city and around the building sites, but people were still flowing in and out of those, so there was a huge amount of activity. But over time that dissipated as police started getting controls and cordons set up and removing people away from these rescue sites that didn't actually need to be there. So my role as an engineer, I work for engineering consulting business. So my day job has been designing buildings, and in particular in New Zealand, you design buildings to withstand the elements, in particular earthquakes. And my role is to use my structural knowledge, my knowledge of buildings, building construction, and ultimately how a building might collapse to work out how safe the environment is for carrying out rescues. When we landed in Christchurch, it was about 11 o'clock at night, and it was soon after midnight that I was part of the team, the heavy rescue team that was deployed to that site. And I suppose that's the other vivid memory for me of that day, is turning up to this building that was burning. So there was either car tyres, or there was a transformer, or there was something burning in the base of that building. And there'd been a lot of rescue effort already undertaken during the daylight hours, and we were, the site was handed over to us, and we were picking up from there. It was such a graphic picture with so many rescue personnel that were crawling all over the building. And that's the point that we really knew we were in for a very busy time over the next few days. But we were in shock. I've got a lot of friends that live in Christchurch, and there's one part shock and disbelief that this can happen on such a scale. I think particularly when we spend so much time and effort designing our modern buildings to withstand these types of earthquakes, to see the damage that can actually occur. But I think at the same time, I got very emotionally attached because I had skills that could be utilised, and there was a real sense of purpose for myself and for my colleagues, particularly engineers that were working in the recovery effort.
For earthquake expert Professor Mark Quigley, the danger of his vocation was becoming a reality.
The most challenging thing to deal with was that it broke all of the buried lifelines. So we had no water, no running water for weeks. We had no sewage for months. We had power outages. We had all sorts of really significant challenges to deal with as we were trying to stay in our home in a very badly affected area.
When the damage was done, huge swathes of Christchurch had now become a no man's land. Like the suburb of Darlington, that was cleared of earthquake-damaged homes and turned into a park.
If you look down on these areas of eastern Christchurch now, you'll see that they are just empty lots. They've been grassed over. Nobody's living there. There are no services being provided.
We are in the former suburb of Darlington, which was heavily affected during the Canterbury earthquakes in 2010 and 2011. Here in this area along the Avon River, approximately 8,000 residential houses or properties were abandoned due to the heavy damage induced by liquefaction in the earthquakes.
A lot of people left very quickly after the earthquake. Other people left in short time. Over time, people stayed away, never come back.
Life was very difficult here. People still lived immediately after the earthquakes under quite difficult circumstances. And then the government decided that recovering this whole area would be extremely difficult, especially because of the high potential for reliquefaction. In total, the economic loss due to the earthquakes was approximately 40 billion New Zealand dollars. And rough calculations show that the effects of liquefaction was about 15 to 20 billion New Zealand dollars.
This is the remaining foundation of the elevator shaft, which is the only part of the building that was left standing after the earthquake.
I know that there was a tremendous amount of trauma that manifested its way into people's personal lives in a whole bunch of ways. Marriages breaking up and bad things happening.
For Penny and Tom, the quake marked a line in their relationship.
Me and Tom left Christchurch about a year after the earthquake. Basically because we just had enough. I think the earthquake did put a strain on me and Tom's relationship. I mean, everybody deals with things differently.
I think going through an event, what we went through together, it both sort of bound us together, almost like Siamese twins, effectively. But then at the same time too, I think we were both dealing with our own issues from it, and stuff that we were incapable of dealing with together, like post-traumatic stress, depression and all those sort of things. So it kind of got to the point where we just weren't gelling anymore and things weren't working. And then, you know, we stayed together for 4.5 years, but then after that it just didn't work. But at the end of the day, she's always a person that's going to be there for me at the end of the day, and I'm always be there for her. And in a weird sort of a way, I think going through something like we have has brought us closer together, and you can't break that bond.
There has been much controversy as to why many of the Christchurch buildings collapsed so quickly.
185 people died in the Christchurch earthquake. The vast majority of them, about 115, were in one building, the Canterbury Television building, which collapsed. And it turned out that its construction was faulty, probably shouldn't have been approved. So that was a real human tragedy.
It's not the earthquakes which kill people, it's the buildings that are substandard or not designed to withstand earthquakes that usually kill people.
Christchurch still remembers those who died in the CTV building collapse.
That was where the building was. The entrance was just past that tree there. It's right, it's all gone, and they've made it into lovely gardens. Yeah, there's a memorial there. These stones have all the names on of all my friends and colleagues that lost their lives in the building. The names are wearing off with all the weather here. This is Joe Giles's stone. Her daughter was the one that ran to me and asked me, had I seen her mother? And I knew that she was in the building, which was very upsetting, very upsetting. I couldn't tell her.
So there were in total 185 fatalities caused by the 22nd February earthquake 2011. Majority of those were in the two buildings that collapsed. So there was widespread damage throughout the city. The central business district was affected heavily. 80% of the high-rise buildings in the CBD were demolished because of the heavy damage. And immediately after the earthquakes, the whole area was cordoned off, so there was no public access to the center of the city where most of the commercial and cultural activities were actually happening. That was a huge impact.
Years after the sequence had kind of died down, I was scared to go near unreinforced masonry buildings. When a train or a tram would come by, I would get a pulse in my heart that would sort of make me feel anxious or make me want to respond. And I think that is something that is being increasingly recognized in the psychological literature around how this disaster has affected people.
Oh, thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
Not the most gracious of exits.
Very kind.
While the spine of New Zealand's islands rests on one of the most active tectonic fault lines on the planet, the nation's most populous city, Auckland, is also prey to extreme weather like tornadoes.
There's a part of Auckland that I call Tornado Alley. It's our own version of it. So these storms can come offshore, sit over this area and grow, and then as they grow, they move out over land. The land is warm from daytime heating, and that pushes up into the clouds and makes the clouds go even higher in the sky. And when that happens, you've got different currents, and it starts to spin. So you can end up with a tornado.
Inspector Shannon Gray is a police officer in Auckland, and he was on the front line the day a twister smashed through the town.
There was no prior warning of this weather event, and even if we look out the window today, it's slightly overcast, a few dark clouds, and probably not too dissimilar to the 3rd of May when this event occurred. And it very much just did come out of nowhere. I was actually on my way back from a meeting further down the motorway when I heard the incident come through, and the tornado landed pretty much bang smack in the Albany Mall area where we're driving around at the moment.
A lot of the big thunderstorms that we get in New Zealand bubble up at the very end of the day with very little warning in the morning, and that was a classic example of that. Now, we knew something was building around that time. I think we put out a specific warning saying between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m, and from memory it arrived at 2:55. So we knew there was a window where something might happen.
Sophie Bond was studying to be a nurse when the tornado hit.
That day I was nannying a baby, who I did that part-time. And we got into the car, and then I noticed a disturbance sort of out of the corner of my eye near the pack and save. And I was a bit confused, and then I sort of saw sheets of building material flying through the air. And I was just wondering what is going on. So the tornado moved up here, and then when it got to this roundabout, I saw a car fly through the air, which was insane. Because up until that point, I hadn't been sure quite what the storm was. But then seeing the car flip, you realise it's a tornado. Oh no, I'd never experienced a tornado before. My only knowledge of a tornado was maybe in Wizard of Oz, where you see that classic twister. And so I was so confused when I saw the sheets of metal flying off the building.
When I first arrived at the scene, there was quite a lot of confusion, and I immediately took over as the incident controller on the ground. And really my first priority was to understand the number of fatalities.
I got out of the car around here, and then there was just a scene of chaos here. So lots of injured people laying on the ground, and then huddles of people over them trying to help. It was just really quite overwhelming because there were so many people injured or just so many people hurrying around. You weren't quite sure where to go first or who needed the most help. So I sort of saw one person that looked like they were the most injured, and so that's where I went first.
Survival expert and one of the world's top stunt women, Kai Fano, has some clear advice when caught in a tornado.
During a tornado or hurricane, the best thing you can do is stay indoors, get into the smallest room or closet you can, get down low, stay away from all windows and glass doors, and ride out the storm. Thing to remember with tornadoes and hurricanes is there is a thing called the eye of the storm. So during the storm, there'll be a moment that it will be incredibly calm and you'll think it's over, but wait and listen to your local news until authorities have deemed it safe.
So the power of the event, and obviously any other significant weather event like these, I think people don't have an understanding of it. It's literally has the ability to pick up vehicles, roofs of houses, other even, quite firmly secured objects, and really just toss them hundreds of feet in the air or hundreds of feet across the ground.
There were people running everywhere, people huddled over, lifeless forms on the ground. And so I was sort of, wondering, who should I go to first? And I saw this guy who looked to be in quite a bad way, because there was a guy on the phone doing heart compressions. And I went over, and the guy was on the phone talking to the ambulance, just sort of, the emotion in his voice was, really intense, sort of saying, like, get here now. And so that's when I gave the guy mouth-to-mouth, because the guy doing CPR was one-handed because he was on the phone, so I thought I'd try mouth-to-mouth, but very quickly realised that the man had passed away. It was quite a surreal feeling, because I had seen that car go through the air. I knew there were other people that were injured, and so I knew I couldn't, just sit back and feel anything, because I knew that I had to go and help other people. So I just had to completely switch off my feelings in that regard.
Sophie was unable to save Benedict de Caen, a family man with 2 children.
Every time I'm here, I think about it. You can't not really. It's such a huge event, and it's because you were so involved and so emotionally involved, and you sort of got quite emotionally invested. It really does, sear in your memory.
Tragically, this was not the only tornado to thrash New Zealand.
Just over a year later, following the Albany tornadoes, a more destructive and significant tornado hit the Whenuapai and Hobsonville area. The date of that was the 6th of December 2012. In that event, we had 3 fatalities, and we had another 7 people injured as a result of that weather event. Having been involved in both of these significant weather events, I certainly have a very new perspective and understanding of the sheer magnitude of these types of events, and have a whole new respect for what Mother Nature can throw at us. And it makes you feel very small and vulnerable as a human being on this earth, when you know the size and magnitude of these types of weather events and the destruction that it can cause.
Tornadoes and earthquakes aren't the only forces that threaten New Zealand. The nation is riddled with active volcanoes.
So a volcano is really the surface expression of the Earth letting off heat. So underneath the Earth, in different places, the Earth is molten. So it's magma or molten rock. And this rock is lighter than the surrounding area, so it rises towards the surface. And where it reaches the surface and comes out on the land, that's where a volcano occurs.
One of the most famous volcanoes in the country is White Island Volcano, off the coast of New Zealand's North Island.
White Island is one of New Zealand's most active volcanoes. It has had historical eruptions. It is a tourist destination. People go out there most days and do a tourist walk around the volcano. And they can see evidence for active volcanic activity when they're there.
Tourists like father and daughter Jeff and Leilani from nearby Hamilton in New Zealand's North Island.
Monday, 9th of December 2019, we had planned a trip to White Island with Leilani, the 2 of us. We'd been planning this for 6 months. She'd actually bought it for my 50th birthday back in June.
Leilani studied geology, so she was excited when she got the chance in late 2019 to visit the island.
Being a geography and geology student, I was so excited to go. Going to an active volcano was something I'd always wanted to do, so I was, ecstatic and over the moon to be able to go.
It's a common journey for tourists, with huge cruise liners making the stop-off a favourite destination for their passengers' day trips.
I've been to White Island. I visited there as a tourist in the late 1990s, possibly with a higher risk threshold than I currently have, but it was not a weird thing to do. It was not something that was viewed to be incredibly risky relative to other things one might do in New Zealand.
So I think going that close to an active volcano and being that close to active lava lakes obviously carries some risk with it. And I think you have to have a very strong nerve to go that close, because situations can change at any time. So even in a situation where people think a volcano behaves in a particular way and kind of keeps going that way, there can be very sudden changes in activity. So there's always going to be a risk if you go that close to a volcano that you may lose your life.
Jeff and Leilani arrived ready for what they thought would be an exciting day. But even during their check-in, there were dark omens.
Yeah, so we arrive, head to the offices, the White Island tour offices, we signed ourselves in with a next of kin, contact details.
As they waited for the boat to take them to the active volcano, little did they know the worst-case scenario of adventure tourism was about to become a horrific reality.
The White Island eruption occurred on the 9th of December, about 2:11 p.m. There were more than 40 tourists on the island at the time. It was almost certainly related to an influx of water getting into a highly pressurized part of the volcano, which then created a rapid buildup in pressure, which then was released via this eruption.
I think it's just the unexpectedness of volcanoes and earthquakes which has drawn me to them.
Visiting the volcanic island with Leilani and her father were boatloads of international tourists, few of them aware of the looming disaster.
To go that close to active volcanoes and that close to activity in lava lakes boiling away and bubbling, there's always going to be a really large risk that something could happen. Because some of these volcanoes, they don't behave exactly how you want them to be, and they don't behave how they've behaved for all the time in the past. They can suddenly change their behavior. So there's always a risk going that close to volcanic activity.
That morning, one of the pilots had passed over and noticed that the crater lake was white and not the usual greeny blue. And the tour guide was very keen to see this. They talked about some kind of ash event overnight. So there definitely had been some activity, but nothing that showed any concern.
Once on the island, Jeff and Leilani experienced a truly off-world landscape.
As I went around the island, yes, 100%. There were gigantic sulfur crystals, fumaroles. It was everything I ever could have wished for. The crater lake was breathtaking. At no point did I think there was any danger.
Crater lake can see down into it. It's not boiling. It's hot, but not boiling. I think we were told 40, 50 degrees, but highly acidic. And I remember the tour guide said it 100 times stronger than battery acid. So I guess on a level of acidicness, something that would burn you, definitely.
To experience the raw nature of the Earth up close was a truly sublime experience for Jeff and daughter Leilani. They returned safely to the boat and were headed back to the mainland when the volcano erupted.
I grabbed my phone and I ran to the back of the boat. I bolted past everybody.
I could see this plume of black and grey and white ash and steam just towering above the island and just straight up hundreds of feet into the air. At that stage, it had changed from anything beautiful to very sinister, quite menacing. And we knew that there were people still on the island. And I think there was a realisation at that stage that people still on the island were now engulfed in that ash.
When it occurs, if there are people exposed to the volcano at that time, they're highly vulnerable. For example, they could be engulfed in very, very hot eruptive products like dust and ash, which can cause tremendous burning to them and cause them to lose their lives.
There was a realisation throughout the boat that there were people still on the island.
The tour boat raced back to the island to rescue any survivors. As they approached, the horror of the disaster was evident.
The people that were in the water, there was one person that was clearly swimming out to the moored boat, and there's got to be something that makes you want to swim 150 metres out into a moored boat. You're running from or swimming from something to get away. Our crew had launched the inflatable and we could see they were picking up the people that were in the water.
I've never seen the burns as bad as what they have. People's skin looked like it was just falling off. I've seen burns before and blisters, but nothing like this. It covered their whole bodies. Some people's eyes were blocked with ash and they couldn't see. They were in extreme pain. People had burns under their clothes.
With a boatload of seriously injured survivors, they raced back to the mainland.
So on the way back, just after halfway, we ran out of fresh water. And at that point, there was nothing else I could really do for people except for comfort them. And it was a mix of noises in the back of the whirring of the boat and people screaming. So I sat down with a few of the more critical patients that I had at the back, and I just started humming a song more for my own, I guess, peace of mind. And then one of the guys that I sat with grabbed my ankle when I stopped humming, and he said to keep going. So then I started quietly singing a song just to them to give them, I guess, a sense of hope and joy, better than sounds of people screaming in pain.
The tourist boat made its mercy dash to shore where emergency services were waiting. Jeff and Leilani were safe, but deeply shocked.
The reason that we were where we were on that day was so we could help others. We've talked about if we'd have still been on the island when it erupted, there would have been double the casualties and nobody to help. And that would have been a very different scenario.
So I don't think there's really any way we can stop a volcano eruption from occurring. So sometimes people have tried to divert the hazards or the risks from those volcanoes, but we can't actually stop a volcanic eruption from occurring. And to be honest, in historic time, we've not witnessed some of these really large volcanic eruptions, and the impact that they could have on today's society, we don't know, because we've not witnessed one of these eruptions in history.
While Jeff and Leilani were able to help many of the survivors, 20 people lost their lives in the White Island volcano disaster.
Sleep is the one thing that I've found difficult. When you sleep, you have no control over, I guess, where your thoughts go.
we've been able to connect with some of the families of some of the survivors, so that's some that are in local hospitals to us. Being able to connect with them has been really good therapy.
I don't think that I would have done anything different than anyone else put in that situation. For me, I didn't do anything heroic. I was just a person who was at that place and helped the best I could. I didn't put myself in any danger to help anyone. I just did anything I could to help.
Some scientists are looking at climate change being connected to seismic activity.
Yeah, in places where you have climate warming and glacial melting, the change in the stress state of the crust around the glaciers is changing because, in a sense, the glaciers are melting and there's a reduction of mass, and so the crust is kind of rebounding a little bit, popping off in smaller earthquakes. So yeah, glacial melting can trigger earthquakes.
I think the last decade has proven that we're living in a part of the world that is somewhat vulnerable to significant weather events. If we look at what has happened in the last 10 years, particularly the tornadoes that have occurred in Albany and Hobsonville, the earthquakes in Christchurch, of course the most recent event, which has been our eruption at White Island in the Bay of Plenty, makes it so very important for emergency services to continue to be prepared for these types of events and how we respond.
No matter where you are in the world, there's always going to be the risk of something happening. You never know what is going to happen. You could be a normal day and then everything changes. So you can try and prepare yourself as much as possible, but the reality is you really never know what's going to happen.
The effects are encoded deep within us in ways that we can't always even make sense of or ration our way out of, even as a very rational person, like a scientist. It affects us just the same as it does people who don't know anything about science. It has a real deep and long-lasting emotional effect.
Wind, water, fire, and earth. Elements of creation. Elements of destruction. These are the forces of nature's fury. In Australia, bushfires bring a hellish world of flame and destruction.
It was the fire that changed our lives forever.
It was awful. It was like a war zone.
In 2009, a firestorm would burn through communities.
It was just devastating. It was shocking.
173 people died.
And in 2019, hellfire returned.
It's not a normal fire.
The flames engulfed swathes of Australia. It was a scene from the apocalypse.
A fire of biblical proportions.
Lives lost, thousands of homes destroyed, 1 billion animals dead, innocent creatures pushed to extinction.
This is the worst ecological, environmental disaster that could ever happen in this country.
Friday the 6th of February 2009, 100 kilometres north of Melbourne is the village of Marysville with a population of 700. Victorians are living through a crippling heatwave. The countryside is tinder dry. The state is in drought. Temperatures exceed 45 degrees Celsius. That's 113 degrees Fahrenheit. And things are only getting worse.
The reports on the news, we really needed to be careful. And we knew that whole week. It had been an incredible week up with, 40-degree temperatures. So It was looking serious.
Burning temperatures and strong winds were forecast for Saturday, the 7th of February.
It was like the hottest of hot days. And it had that eerie feel about it too, the heat. You know, the birds were fairly quiet.
Seasoned firefighter and captain of the Marysville Country Fire Authority, Glenn Fisk, was acutely aware of any changes in the weather. He was worried. Marysville was surrounded by dense forest.
We were at the end of 10 years of drought, so all of the forested area around us was very dry. The week leading up to the fires was also so very dry and hot.
Bushfire scientist Kevin Tolhurst was following the weather conditions closely.
We had this massive amount of hot, dry air from inland Australia that had been building up for several days that came down through southeastern Australia, in particular through Victoria.
Kevin Tolhurst feared a monster fire was on the horizon, one that would be amongst the most destructive ever to hit Australia.
All 5 sources of energy came into play. So it was not only high fuel areas, we had complex terrain, we had prolonged drought and the heat wave conditions, and we had very unstable atmospheric conditions. The fire is able to capture all of those sources of energy, and therefore the fire intensity and the destructive power of the fire is so much greater.
Despite the severe weather warnings, local Marysville resident Daryl Hull wasn't worried.
There was the sensation in town always, for as long as I could remember from childhood, that fire was nothing that would ever touch Marysville. So it was the last thing we were expecting, even though the weather had been so atrocious. Yes, you didn't take the thought of fire seriously. I mean, my father had always been very attached to the town, so we were aware that a fire had been through, but in recent decades, it wasn't anything you took on as real. You didn't imagine that it would happen.
Daryl Hull lived in this sleepy village. He'd grown up with the stories of the 1939 fires that had jumped the town.
And there was almost a little bit of a myth about Marysville that fire wouldn't happen here. It had too many deciduous trees. Back in the 39 fires, that the fire had leapt the town.
Daryl was working as a bartender at the Crossways Historic Inn, a heritage hotel and restaurant run by Pam Phillips and Greg Cherry.
We've always loved this environment of the trees, and then I guess we were aware of the fire risks in Australia, but somehow you feel as though there's a wall around your village and where you live a little bit.
Knowing what Marysville is with the greenery, we felt safe. And you wouldn't have thought that such a catastrophic event was going to happen.
That oppressively hot Saturday was above 45 degrees Celsius, but Pamela had planned a roast dinner for her patrons at the Crossways Inn.
And that was all on, ready to go for that night. So there's no way we expected what happened to happen.
Marysville Fire Captain Glenn Fisk had lived through many false alarms.
You're waiting to see what happens, and many times you do this over the years and nothing does happen. We've stood up in the station on many occasions and not had a call.
Glenn Fisk knew this day was different. Firefighters have a tool called the MacArthur meter to calculate the risk of fire.
And it's got a scale from 0 to 100. When we put the figures in for the day in February, it ran up to 130, so it was off the scale.
With every indication of extreme fire danger, Glenn and his team rehearsed their drill and then returned home to prepare their properties.
We went home and did the things that we needed to do to make our own families safe. I went home and discussed my plans with my wife and kids. We would do the normal fire-safe things.
In Marysville, Daryl Hull's sense of security was evaporating. Strange, ominous clouds were brewing over town from a fire in the distance.
Something propelled me, and I went and got a video camera, which I hadn't owned for very long. And I thought, I think I'll just start filming this. Looking straight above me were these very thick, dense smoke clouds, but all the same, it was very, very dense and quite ominous and quite threatening. I thought, this is really weird.
At around 6 o'clock on Saturday evening, the wind changed direction.
The wind change came from the southwest and changed a long, narrow fire into a very broad, big fire. So the fire front goes from being maybe 4 or 5 kilometres wide to one that might be 30 to 50 kilometres wide. So your ability to get out of the way of something that might be 50 kilometres long coming at you is dramatically reduced.
Marysville was in the line of fire. A raging inferno was on its way.
One edge, blue sky, and this great big white and grey cloud above us. When the wind change came, it blew that cloud over us, and that's what we got. We were just in the wrong spot. We were just where it all landed. And I looked up and I could see the column of smoke against the blue sky, and I just had to keep looking up and up and up. It was extremely daunting. It's the sheer size of that cloud, which I later got to know was a pyrocumulative cloud, a bit like the picture of an atom bomb.
So the pyrocumulus cloud is formed when the moisture has reached the condensation level, and that might be several thousand metres above the fire itself. But then that helps draw more air in at ground level, so we can see cyclonic strength winds being drawn in at ground level, which will be stronger winds and often drier winds. So the fire is rarely in a stable, steady state. It feeds back on itself and continues to accelerate and increase in intensity until the broad conditions change. So firestorms are really incredibly damaging.
It draws all the moisture. I've actually felt the wind moving around my ankles when that cloud was building. It's tangible.
Daryl was completely unaware he was looking at the first stage of a deadly firestorm.
You can't imagine the ferocity of what's going to happen, what's going to be there. You know, that came later, but it came quickly. And I looked up at the mountain across the way and just saw spot fires creeping down the mountain, at which stage I thought, right, it's on the way. Whatever's going to happen is unstoppable. And that just gathered in momentum. The police came down. There was general panic. It all happened very quickly. The smoke thickened, the mountain disappeared. The convoy of cars started to leave town.
Pamela made the decision to try and flee the fire grounds in her vehicle.
Greg said, "Oh, run across the bridge to the Oval." I said, "No way, I can't. I'm taking the car."
A safe ground had been set up on the town oval, but the cyclonic winds created by the fire were too dangerous for Pamela and her employee to make the trip.
Oh yes, there were fireballs, just like hell, really, what I would imagine hell would have been like, you know. It's fireballs everywhere, and thought, wow, this is actually happening.
The embers were coming from the main fire front, burning kilometres away. Glenn Fisk and his firefighting team were there at the front.
It was starting to get smoky and heavy in the air, but it started to get too hot, too quick, too fast. And we decided that we would retreat back to Marysville.
The firefighting fleet rushed back to Marysville to protect the town.
We had to have 2 CFA strike teams, which consisted of firefighting equipment and dozers. That amount of resource would be enough to fight any fire that we'd had before. Got to stress that we really felt that we had enough resource to do asset protection.
This was their final stand. For Glenn, this fight was now personal for his community, his home, his family. Greg was back defending the Crossways Inn while the inferno blasted above him.
It's just like it was right next door to you. It was huge. There's nothing, never heard anything like it before. It's like a jet engine going off and it's right on top of you. You think it's right next to you. So you could see the fire going overhead, just as like a fireball, and there was just embers everywhere, and they weren't little small embers. It was huge. The wind was so strong, and you know the gum trees just exploded.
Greg continued to hose down the Crossways Inn. Pamela and her passenger drove out of town on an empty road with flames and embers threatening to engulf them.
I felt like a forest animal running, and I can just remember thinking, don't go faster than you normally would. Something else is going to go wrong.
and that's what we did.
The fire front was now devouring Marysville. For Glenn Fisk and his team of 10 strong fire tankers, the fight was futile. This was now a battle for survival. They fortified the station and stayed inside.
The building was shaking and rattling, and the doors were flapping on their hinges, on their latches.
The town outside was being incinerated. Glenn feared for his wife Liz and son Dalton, but he was powerless to reach them.
Liz and Dalton were at home doing that defence of the house, of the property. That had been our fire plan all along. They had tools with them, they had a water supply and things that we thought would aid them in doing the defence of the property. And I hadn't heard from them for a little while. I did have a confidence in Liz and Dalton looking after themselves and each other, but I was sure that we had put enough work in to protecting our home.
Glenn Fisk could only pray that his wife and son were safe back at their home.
There was embers a metre deep. The embers were like water flowing down the street. Building across the road was there 1 minute and sort of gone the next with the blast furnace effect of those embers. Incredible sight of the power of the fire.
Daryl Hull was out in the open, completely unprotected. Surrounded on all sides, he couldn't make it to the town's oval, which was less than 100 metres away. His only refuge was the lake, a stretch of water close to town.
I just thought, well, the lake, it's water, it's fairly safe. I think I'll stay there. So I parked the cameras beside the lake and then stepped in. That was the beginning of watching something that you could only describe as just awesome. Truly, in the sense of that word. It was a phenomenon.
The fire surrounded the lake from all sides.
Surreal in that you had to keep saying, this doesn't happen in Marysville, but the reality was sweeping in. I was in the lake, wondering strangely why nobody else had thought to get in the lake. You lose track of time because everything's starting to explode around you. And I was watching fingers of flame creep through the grasses beside the lake. I moved out into the middle of the lake. Then it was a matter of gasping for breath. And then you'd put your head out of the water and hear nothing but masses of hissing of all the embers.
The lake was Daryl's last defence against the flames surrounding him.
It was so gigantic. Just awesome, truly awesome. The power of the thing.
Survival expert Kai Furneaux knows exactly what you should do in a bushfire, and Daryl's instinct to retreat to water was a saving grace.
A large body of water is an ideal refuge in a bushfire. Just make sure, however, that you take something to float on and then perhaps something to cover yourself with if the fire is super intense.
Former military operative Joanna Harmdorf has experienced her fair share of natural disasters, and she has some advice that may save your life during a bushfire.
So if there's any bodies of water near your house, then try to make your way there. If there's any pools in the area, try to make your way there. If that's not the case, then think about open areas, fields, anything that the fire can't really go up as aggressive as it would in a wooded area. If you can see an area that the fire has already passed through, then it's also a good tip to go to where the fire's already been. So everything is already burned down.
After hours in the lake, Daryl went in search of his camera.
I picked it up and pressed the start button, and lo and behold, the red button went on and it was working.
He made his way over to the oval and continued filming.
Well, then I realised the extent of what was happening because everything was in flames. So I concentrated on what was in front of me, which were the buildings down towards the river. By the time I got to the top of the street, I just could hardly speak. Too many tears. It was so destructive. Quite extraordinary. I came to the roundabout, which was opposite the crossways here, and I saw a group of people standing there, and I stood with them for a while and just looked back up the main street, all of us just incredulous, and that whole sense of it's too surreal. It was just hard to believe it was happening. And I think I remember saying, good Lord, Greg has saved the crossways, and at that time I saw him in the driveway. And then I went and helped Greg for quite a bit, and then we came inside. I remember looking at the time, actually, it was then about 4:30 a.m, and it had been pretty non-stop since 7 o'clock when it started. And I remember thinking, what on earth just happened? Has any of that been real?
The firestorm had passed. At last, Glenn Fisk could leave the fire station and go home to see if his wife Liz and his son Dalton were safe.
I was definitely fearing the worst. I left the station and went around to the house, but it was way too hot. It was still burning very fiercely. It was way too hot to even stay in the car in the driveway. We just left and had a look around the front of the property and went back down to the oval where the other people were and sort of asked around to see if anyone had seen them, not knowing whether they'd got out or not.
Glenn Fisk had searched all over Marysville and still hadn't found his wife and son.
I suppose it was a couple of hours, many hours later, we went back to our house, and that's when we found Liz and Dalton.
Glenn's worst fears were confirmed. He found his wife and son inside their burnt-out home. They had died in the fire.
The feelings were that it wasn't real, but you're in the midst of so much devastation, all you can feel is that it's part of the devastation.
For Greg and Pam, the next day was a sobering reminder of how close they came to losing their lives.
Just the smell of burnt ash and looking out and just seeing devastation, which was everywhere. You couldn't look anywhere and not see it, except here.
I think I was just very aware that I was alive all night. I was thinking, I'm actually still here.
The day that had just passed became known as Black Saturday.
There were over 400 buildings in the town prior to the fires, yeah, and there were just 13 left. It's like a total annihilation.
34 people perished in the Marysville fires. In all, 173 people lost their lives in the Black Saturday fires. A tragic event that shocked a nation. But scientists like Kevin Tolhurst are concerned the future will be worse.
So with climate change, what we thought were worst case conditions of 1939 have been well and truly surpassed. On Black Saturday, we saw fire danger ratings on a scale of 1 to 100, up around 200. So well beyond the original scale. The weather systems are being driven harder by the global warming, and so yes, the fire danger conditions are going to be in the code red or catastrophic area more frequently than we've seen in the past.
Black Saturday became a tragic forerunner for another catastrophic fire, a code red, a wild inferno that blazed not for a day, but for a season. It happened during the black summer of 2019 and 2020, where supercharged firestorms tore through the country. It had been the hottest and driest year in Australia's recorded history. The scene was set for a summer of hell.
Oh, Christ, he stopped.
The fire threw flames right up to the edge of Sydney.
I think the recent fires in Sydney and around Brisbane are a great demonstration that even people living in urban areas are affected by bushfires.
Sydney was at times barely visible, shrouded by bushfire smoke. A city that once had a reputation for clean air now had the worst air quality in the world.
Let's not treat this as just a one-off and it will go back to some sort of new norm. We have to learn from this and actually do better in the future. This is the worst year. It's caught us all off guard. We need to plan for this.
The inferno spread, with the east coast being the worst hit. Fires in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria. By New Year's Eve, there were more than 100 fires burning. Columns of smoke could be seen from space. The fire raged into 2020.
So in Australia and New Zealand, as fires are becoming the new norm, where the fire seasons are getting longer, they're becoming earlier, they're becoming more intense and frequent. One of the heartbreaking challenges we face is the fact that actually we can't fight all the fires simultaneously.
But on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, near the city of Port Macquarie, the village of Forbes River was to be almost obliterated by flames. It happened on the 8th of November in the Australian spring. A fire so dangerous, Forbes River locals Brett and Gemma Porter thought they were going to die.
I really did think either I'm in a dream here or this is the end of the world.
Brett and Gemma Porter live at the bottom of a valley next to a river, only a stone's throw from their family-owned and run sawmill. The first sign of danger, a menacing plume of smoke.
It's going to be fairly cranky because I could see the smoke that was boiling up.
The atmosphere started to get dark and red skies and smoke. You literally couldn't see what was coming at you anywhere.
I thought, well, we're on top of a hill here with gravel all around our sawmill, pretty short grass in our paddock, so I just didn't think it was going to be a problem.
We'll agree to disagree on that one. I'd come from town I'd come from town on the Thursday, the day before the fires, and I could see how angry it was, but that's okay.
But that was miles away.
That's
It was miles out over the mountain.
The night before the fire, we had a conversation with our neighbour, putting our fire plan in place. And he said to Brett, sometimes things happen that will change your life. He said, maybe, just maybe, this is going to be the fire that changes all of our lives forever.
Gemma's neighbour's words were ominous. Overnight, the wind changed direction and picked up speed.
The Friday morning, I could see it was a lot closer, and I knew that something was going to go wrong because people were contacting me saying, you know, there's trouble on the Forbes River.
On the Friday morning, we just went and jumped on our motorbikes and went out sort of the foot of the mountain where the fire was coming from. And, yeah, we stopped our bikes and we could hear it, like, roaring.
Brett returned to the property, and by that time it was dark. Gemma pulled out her phone and recorded what she was seeing. It was just after 1 p.m.
But it was definitely pitch black dark at 11 minutes past 1 at lunchtime. The sun had completely gone and it was like a midnight night with no moon.
That's in the middle of the day. So that's like it was really. But you just, look, funny things never run through my mind like that, but I tell you what, you're thinking, is this the end or is this real? Like, it's not normal to be dark in the middle of the day.
Gemma and Brett didn't know where the fire was going to come from. With powerful winds coming in from all directions, they had no idea how to protect their property.
It just wasn't coming from any one direction. Like, it's just, you get a gust from over here, next thing you get a gust from the completely opposite direction.
Meteorologist Grace Legg keeps a close eye on the deadly forces that turn bushfires into megafires.
One of the most dangerous times is when we see wind changes coming through. So it's often with something like a cold front coming through. When you have a wind change, you've seen a bushfire that's been moving one way and suddenly it's just moving in a completely different direction. So they can become a lot larger very quickly.
It's like these three sort of fire fronts sort of all met, so that the wind's not coming from any what direction. It's just like a big cloud balling, like rolling and bellowing.
The rolling cloud Brett saw, like Glenn Fisk and Daryl Hull had witnessed in Maryville more than a decade earlier, was a pyrocumulus cloud, resembling the aftermath of a nuclear bomb.
It's when a fire is so large and out of control that it's actually creating its own weather. In some situations, we also can get thunderstorms actually developing on top of these fires, and you start to actually get lightning and things recorded above these fires.
The fire column can reach so high it brings down icy cold air from the stratosphere.
There's been reports of tornadoes within that, and even large hail has been thrown out. So you end up with hailstones as well. It's, yeah, very dangerous.
It's very hard to explain. It was just, you just don't know what you're in. You don't know if you're in a tornado or a twister or a storm that went wrong.
Brett was confronted by a firestorm. And like a scene from The Wizard of Oz, the cyclonic winds from the firestorm swept Gemma from the ground with frightening power.
When it picked me up and put me, 100 metres away, it was like it was that full of solid matter that it just literally picked me up like I was in a chair. And then carried me through the open gates and then down to the end of the lily-pilly hedge down the bottom there.
Miraculously, the powerful winds dropped Gemma unharmed, but she wasn't out of danger.
When the fire gets large enough, it's basically becomes a meteorological event. Unstable atmospheric conditions can enhance the prevailing winds and effectively double the wind speed and produce cyclonic strength. If it gets organised, we can get a fire tornado coming out of that large air movement. We can get dry lightning coming out from the cloud, and that can be starting fires 25, 30 kilometres downwind of where the main fire is. So all of those factors enhance the destructive power, but also the rate at which the fire moves across the landscape.
Yeah, 16 kilometres in 12 minutes. That's how fast the fire was travelling.
And then, like falling stars lighting up the night sky, the embers and fireballs rained down.
The fires were just all around. The fireballs were dropping and exploding when they hit the earth. I think we just lost everything.
There would have been flames 80 foot above the treetops. Like, it was just horrendous. And we come back in here, and I just talking to the boys there, and next thing, like, it was getting a bit darker, a little bit windier, and we just seen something like a falling star coming through the sky. And it landed in the paddock just over here. But when it landed, it just exploded. Just like lighting 5 litres of petrol. And then next thing, there was another one up on the side of the hill, and there's some down the back of the mill. And then it just come into pretty much, well, it was total darkness.
They looked like, on the movies, you see meteorites going through the sky and they've got that vapour with them. That's what I remember seeing, is that vapour coming through and then hitting and just exploding. As the fire cooled down, it would get colour. But before that, there was no colour. That's the hottest fire you can get. It's at 700 degrees Celsius.
The fire was now burning down their sawmill in front of them.
You think, well, we're not going to get out of this. You think, well, the world's ending or I'm in a dream. That's what it was.
Or you've gone to hell, straight to hell.
They feared the fire would engulf them. But through the black smoke came their saviour. The Rural Fire Service, a team of volunteer firefighters arrived.
The first responding fire trucks and coming in over our river crossing in complete darkness.
As the truck approached, Gemma heard a call over the communication system.
Michael, 107 blue. Mount George 1, Michael, over.
They called back to fire comms, code 7 blue. And after the fires, when I asked them what code 7 blue was, he said we were given a choice as to whether we go in or not. And if we did go in, it was on code 7 blue, which is go in extract the dead bodies and come out again.
They just didn't think there'd be anyone still sort of alive in there.
It was pretty confronting when we found out what it was and what it meant.
Once the Rural Fire Service realised Gemma and Brett were still alive, they joined the fight.
No, I'll never forget it to this day. There's a girl there, she was right in amongst it with a hose she could hardly hold. And, like, the flames were getting fairly serious. And I said I couldn't get her attention, and I pulled on the hose. God wasn't going to go in that close. And she walked over to me then, and I could literally smell the hair singeing. That's how close she was to the fire. It's just something I'll never forget, that. She's putting her own life in danger just to try to save us.
While the fire raged at the sawmill, 80 kilometres away at the Port Macquarie Koala Hospital, veterinarian Shane Flanagan and her colleague Amanda Gordon were preparing the operating room for emergency surgery.
Here he is.
Hello, beautiful boy.
He's looking better. Sorry, buddy.
This is Thrumster. He came in from firegrounds not far from Brett and Gemma's sawmill. He's in with severe burns on his legs. Shane and Amanda need to act quickly. They know that for koalas like Thrumster, there's little time.
We got him probably a couple of hours after the fire happened, which doesn't normally happen. Normally we don't get to them for days.
Both women feared for the koalas. This region has one of the highest populations of koalas in the country, and their habitat was in danger.
He was sitting in pretty sad-looking bit of burnt country. It was awful. So you can see he's had burns on the tops here. They're only partial thickness burns. He was pretty lucky, really.
Port Macquarie has the only koala hospital in the world, and on this day, fire victims were being rushed through the doors.
We've got to do a burn patient in a minute after this one. Just change the bandages, and it looks like we've got another burnt one coming in.
And this fire has been particularly devastating to the koalas in the area because of its ferocity.
The ferocity and the velocity of the fire has been extraordinary. In this particular fire, a fire that was burning so hot that it went through and then went to the crown of the trees. And with koalas, that's particularly important because their adaptive behaviour is to go to the top of the trees. They have just gone through, and that's where that behaviour hasn't served them very well. A lot of it is with the paws being very badly burnt, so climbing back up and down the trees that have been burnt, they get a lot of those injuries on their noses as well. The paws is the most of concern always because a koala has to be able to climb a tree, and if they can't climb, they're not a koala essentially. So we make a really big assessment about whether or not the injuries are bad enough so that the claws will be affected. Oftentimes with the burns, the nail bed gets really damaged.
Yeah, it depends on the severity of the burn. So when the koalas come in here, they've got everything from superficial burns to full thickness. And full thickness burns are the ones of major concern. Funnily enough, they're not as painful as superficial and partial thickness burns. You've got what's called the golden hour or the golden 3 hours post a fire, and that's when you need to cool the burns down as quickly as possible. We don't have that luxury, so their burns continue to cook. And that's why we end up getting animals that are probably more severely damaged than if we'd got them in earlier.
So for Shane, Amanda and the Koala Hospital rescue team, it was all hands on deck.
Scott and the other team, we had 20 search and rescue people, and so they were the team that went out and searched and got the koalas, and we were the receiving team, so we were here dealing with them as they came through the door. So it worked really well. It was really good teamwork. So I think we found his bleeding problem.
Yeah.
It's a burn that's split. Couldn't be a worse place.
The koala is usually a very territorial animal, but today Thrumster knows Shane Flanagan is here to help.
They just become quite accepting and let you do it. And I think because in a lot of respects, all they see us as is a source of food, water and comfort, and that's why they let us do it. But they're usually pretty quiet.
They sort of, once they work out that you're not doing anything horrible to them too much, they seem to just settle into it. Yeah.
He'll make a full recovery. Koalas get, like all animals, when they get burnt, their skin can contract as the burns heal. So that's why it's important to massage and stretch the digits to make sure there's no contracture.
This is Frizzle. Today, Frizzle's burn bandages are being replaced.
She was from a fire about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and she's been here for a good month. And hopefully we might even not need to put a bandage back on yet. We'll find out in a sec.
For koalas like Frizzle, the road to recovery is a slow one.
So there, a little bit of tissue there. They're looking pretty darn good, these wounds. Quite happy with that. Healing nicely. That's not too bad. Do you want to give that a little wash? I reckon we won't put that back on, you know. Looking good.
This is Peter. Her recovery hasn't gone as smoothly as Frizzle's.
That's looking worse than it was. This is what I mean by sometimes weeks later, the severity of the burn can come out. So this is quite a nasty radiant burn. So we're going to have to keep that covered because when that lifts off and it's not protected, it asks for infection. And touch wood, we haven't had any infections. And in fact, honestly, in all the years of us treating burns, we have never seen infection in these burns koalas, and we don't give them antibiotics. So I think as long as you do really good bandaging. One good thing, koalas are really tolerant of bandaging. They don't bite them off or anything, which is good. Hey? How pretty. I might make this quite thick so it protects her. Freshly done.
Shane and Amanda hope that eventually, once the fires are over, these koalas will be well enough to be let back out into the wild. But many koalas haven't survived this harrowing fire.
Sometimes these koalas come in and we go, nah, we're not even going to treat that animal. That's just not fair, and we've had to euthanise some.
You could feel the devastation, and amongst all of the volunteers, because so many of the koalas that we've treated from here have also gone back into that area, the smaller joeys and juveniles that have been hand-raised. That's a big place that we've actually been able to put them in.
That forest where hand-raised koalas were released was incinerated.
Those koalas from that area have the most diverse, they're most genetically diverse in Australia, and which means actually in the whole world. So you can imagine it's not just koalas that have died, it's an extraordinary koala, that's a koala population that has gone as well.
The death toll was heartbreaking.
Thousands of koalas. And not to mention all the other animals that have died as well. Holy dooly. Kangaroos, possums, echidnas, everything. It's just carnage. Absolute carnage. So many animals have died. And not only is it just a huge loss, it's the agony and pain so many of these animals go through.
Throughout the summer of 2020, more than 1 billion animals would perish in the Australian fires. In Forbes River, Brett and Gemma battled the blaze.
I remember feeling relieved that there was someone else here to help us.
With the help of the Rural Fire Service, Brett and Gemma extinguished the blaze around their property using water from their river. They escaped with their lives, but their sawmill was burnt to the ground. Many Australians weren't so lucky. Over the summer season, the fires devastated the country. They burnt through more than 12 million hectares of Australian bushland, dwarfing South America's 2019 Amazon fires. 11 million Australians were impacted by the smoke, thousands of homes destroyed, and 33 lives lost, 8 of those firefighters. One of the last remaining fires burned for more than 70 days. It was only heavy summer rain that stopped the bushfires. But scientists are telling us that wild hellfire will strike again, and it will strike harder and faster.
We're going to actually have people prepared for fires and other extreme events which they hadn't really ever thought about. It's going to change. This land of extremes, of fire and drought, is going to become more intense and more frequent. It's the new norm, which is perverse, really, when we talk about extremes being unusual and unpredictable. They're almost becoming predictable. And that's going to have an impact on how we, as a society, survive.
So with changing climate, we're certainly going to see more extreme fire events because there'll be more fuel and more severe weather conditions. And that's been modelled, that's what's being forecast, and that's what we're observing. It's inescapable now that the impact of climate change is here to stay.
So we're seeing these marine heat waves, we're seeing terrestrial heat waves. They are both increasing in intensity and frequency. Our bushfire season is extending, we're getting more severe bushfires. And so the warmer the baseline or global climate gets, the more likely or the more conducive conditions will be to have more intense fires. So these are fires that generally occur within the catastrophic rating. They form their own weather systems and have dry lightning, and very extraordinary, but also very, very dangerous.
The Black Friday and Black Saturday survivors aren't scientists, but they've seen wild weather firsthand, and they think our world is changing.
I must say, every summer, I mean, I'm extraordinarily aware of what's going on around now, as I think perhaps the whole country is.
The fires in this area and across New South Wales is unprecedented. The ferocity of them, the intensity of them, and how much country they've wiped out. Just never in recorded history has this ever happened. And I doubt very much whether it happened before Europeans of this magnitude. Doubt very much.
So how concerned am I about koalas into the future being able to cope with these extreme fires? Is there an answer? No. Can koalas adapt that quickly? No, that takes time. And we have changed things so quickly, human beings' activity in the world to change climate. How can they adapt to that fast? We are seeing something that is unprecedented. The patterns of it are becoming longer, more intense. Over time, we're seeing record temperatures, not just today, but tomorrow and the next day and the next day and that whole month. We here at the Koala Hospital believe that it is climate change that is in action here that we're seeing.
10 years later, life in Marysville is returning to normal, but the lush greenery won't hide the scars.
You know, the emotions around you can't sort of say that it doesn't. You can't quantify. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't quantify.
Pam and Greg still run the Crossways Inn. Daryl does the odd weekend shift. A decade on, they grapple with what happened.
It certainly does something with your mind like that. You're never really quite the same.
No, that's true. It's sort of very overwhelming that things can just occur. It was almost like an instant to me. It just happened, you know, you don't expect it. And the ferocity of it was just enormous.
After you see that sort of power, you realise just how small humans are. We did not have a chance of fighting a thing like that.
With their sawmill destroyed, Brett and Gemma have to start again. But they're doing it with the support of their small community.
Seeing how many people have put their hand out for us and donated us money. It's unbelievable. You just don't realise how many good people there are still around. There's just so many good people that's come forward, gave us donations, still come and done things for us and not charge us. Just gave us a pat on the shoulder and said, that's on us this month. Like, it's just, yeah, it's unbelievable. It'll change me for life. I'll have a different outlook.
The Porters have had to rebuild from scratch. Once the proud owner of his own business, Brett now drives trucks to make ends meet, and Gemma has started a small business of her own.
My background is food technology, so it all makes sense to me. It's something I enjoy doing. And the only thing that made sense to me was burnt meal puddings. So off we go as burnt meal puddings, and we'll see where this new world goes to. I'm trying to make it the light at the end of our tunnel.
And for the Port Macquarie Koala Hospital, there is a glimmer of hope. As the forest regenerates, the koalas can return to the wild, where they belong.
Because you're actually having some wins, that actually has made the energy around the koala hospital a little more cheerful, I suppose.
Oh, that's what you do when you're an animal person, and I think any animal person on this planet would do the same as we do. You know, if you love animals, you just love animals, and that's what you do.
Wind, water, fire, and earth. Elements of creation. Elements of destruction. These are the forces of nature's fury. In Queensland, Australia in 2011, a deluge hit so violently, towns, houses, people's lives and livelihoods were swept away.
It was a monster.
Yep, oh my goodness. It was horrifying.
Towns became islands.
3/4 of the state was declared a disaster zone.
20,000 homes flooded, thousands evacuated, lives lost.
I ended up going to 14 funerals in 9 days.
A mutant storm that took a country by surprise and gave us a taste of the realities of what our weather could be like in the future. January 2011, Toowoomba, Queensland, a town on a mountain range 2,000 feet above sea level. Rain had been falling here for months. Office worker and father of 4, David Jutsam, was back at work from a family summer vacation. A creek, often dry, ran along the back of his workplace.
I'd just returned to work from Christmas holidays, and I came back. It had been raining for weeks, heavy rain. We'd often watch during the rain, and you'd see the creek rise and then fall.
But David wasn't concerned.
Initially, I pulled my phone out because I thought my kids would love to see what was happening at Dad's work.
That's coming fast.
Only a few miles from Toowoomba, in the small farming community of Grantham, Marty Warburton thought this was going to be just another wet summer day. Marty lives in town with his wife and 11-year-old son, and he runs the local service station down the mountain from Toowoomba.
Yeah, it was expected every couple of years you'd go through some minor, normal flooding event. Sometimes it wouldn't come into the shop. It'd only just run through the main street. Other times it'd come through and just a couple of inches or knee deep at the most. So as much as it was a bit of a pain in the backside to prepare for it, it was generally viewed as a beneficial thing for the community.
Matthew Brandon worked for a local helicopter rescue service on Queensland's Central Coast.
I was in the Australian Army for 15 years. I was a medic for about 8 of those years, and then an air crewman on Black Hawk helicopters for the remainder.
In January 2013, when a freak flood swamped the countryside, his vast experience would prove a godsend. These 3 people would be at the front line of 2 of the most destructive disasters in Queensland's history. Grace Legg from the Bureau of Meteorology understands Australia's unique weather patterns, from the extreme dry heat of the deserts to the tropical cyclones of the north.
Australia, because it's such a large country, has quite a variety in weather. We get those cold fronts coming through the southern parts, which bring a lot of rainfall and thunderstorms with them. In between, we have desert area. Doesn't see as much rainfall, but in the northern parts, we have the monsoon and wet season, which sees large amounts of rainfall in those tropical areas. They've got those mountain ranges as well, so it allows that water to move very quickly through. We've seen occasions where we've turned towns into lakes.
Ella Harrison is a flood engineer with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. Ella and her team's job is to know all there is about monster floods, the damage they cause and why they happen. And when it comes to hard rain hitting these lands, the culprit is a weather system called La Niña.
The weather patterns at that time, it changed from what's called an El Niño to a La Niña. So we'd switched from a period of drought almost to this period of intense rainfall.
La Niña is the opposite of El Niño. So instead, we start to see those warmer sea surface temperatures around us. We start to see an increase in our trade flows. So you get a lot more uplift in the atmosphere, which allows more shower and thunderstorms to form through the area. So you generally have a much more wetter period.
The month leading up to this disaster was the wettest December in Queensland's history. A raging cyclone called Tasha was just off the coast, and an east coast low, an intense low-pressure weather system, was developing over the eastern seaboard.
There was an east coast low that was moving around the Queensland, so it went off and headed towards New Zealand and picked up more fury and then came back inland and crossed over these areas, dumping masses of water across a catchment that was already wet. So basically that means the ground's already saturated. Any more rain just has to flow over and find its way to a river, which is what happened in those Toowoomba and Grantham and those upper catchments as it came into the Brisbane River.
One of the first communities to be hit by the flood was Toowoomba, a mountain city in Queensland. But on January the 10th, 2011, the local residents had no idea a dangerous weather pattern was forming.
You don't tend to prepare for flood in Toowoomba. It doesn't flood here. Toowoomba is at the top of a mountain range, and I guess in our heads, you think that flooding is going to occur in valleys and plains.
And the rain was starting to make its way down the mountain into the farming plains of Grantham, a small town 20 miles away.
We were used to normal floods in town, and this was anything but a normal flood.
Marty's lived in this area for the better part of his life.
Yeah, it was expected at least every couple of years you'd go through some minor, normal flooding event.
In Grantham, floods mean water, and water means life.
We are essentially a farming community, so without water, there's nothing here. You sort of look forward to it.
And Marty thought this wasn't going to be any different.
On the Sunday, because it was a normal flood, we'd get our phones out and take footage of the water in the street and people driving up and down through the water. And a standing sort of joke was about the weather forecast that you get. And it was always possible rain with the chances of some local flooding. So I had the wireless going at the service station on batteries, listening to the local weather forecast on the Sunday, which I was already standing in knee-deep water at the time, mind you. And the weather forecast came on and said, possible chance of showers and rain with isolated local flooding events. And I thought, I'll take this off. So I got my camera and recorded myself saying, well, the weather forecast today in Grantham is fine with a possible chance of rain and some local flooding. And then I turned the camera around and showed the water knee-deep through my shop. Just an update on the weather. Officially, layman's terms, if it doesn't rain, it'll be fine. And possible chances of flooding in the local region. Glad that they've put that over the wireless because guess what? I think they might be close, eh? They must have been looking out the window before they did that forecast. This is the main street of Grantham.
But Marty's mood changed quickly.
At first, it was going through my head was, is it going to be worse than normal or higher than a normal flood. And then once the water rose so quickly, it was, should I be here anymore?
For survival expert Kai Furneaux, floods are far more dangerous than people realise.
The misconception about floods is people think that they're a gradual thing, so they're going to have some kind of warning. But a lot of flooding can happen instantly and be disastrous. The most important thing with floods is that you head for higher ground. Avoid walking or driving through any floodwaters. You can get knocked off your feet in just 6 inches of water and your car can get flooded away in less than a foot.
Back in Toowoomba, David Jutson couldn't take his eyes off the rising creek at the back of his workplace.
The water in this little creek behind us started rising, and we were just watching out the window for a while, and it got to a level just below the trees. I'd never ever seen it come up that high before. And that day it rose and it just kept rising.
Oh mate, don't, just let it go.
He's taking the air out of his tyres. As soon as you do that, it floats down.
I just grabbed my phone and started recording. And in the space of, 5-10 minutes, the water rose to something that it just kept on rising, and the power of the water was immense.
There's another one. That is unbelievable.
See if he can take his... This is that tight air out.
Oh, lucky.
Save his car.
Just. The rest of them are gone.
What David Jutson was witnessing was the deadly phenomenon known as a flash flood.
Flash flood's normally defined as something that happens very quickly, with rainfall sort of between 2 and 6 hours, having a significant overland flooding.
Flood hydrologist Mark Babbister has forensically studied why and how mutant floods like these happen. He's made it his life's work.
And what makes them so dangerous is you get so little warning. And the warning is so short that even the Bureau of Meteorology's ability to forecast those floods is quite challenging. They can tell you there's a risk of it, but they can't really say in 2 hours we expect something to happen.
So we're no longer looking at sort of river systems slowly moving through. We're looking at the water just piling up in these areas, especially in the mountain ranges. It can be quite devastating. It's a very intense event, and unfortunately, it's very hard to predict.
So what happened in Toowoomba was a typical example of a flash flood. We had a very short, intense burst of rainfall, and what was just a normal creek very quickly filled, entered what we call the floodplain, which is where car parks were and shops were, and that rose really quickly, long before people could get their cars out. It rose in less than 5 minutes. It broke the banks, and then cars were being swept away. We spent a lot of time researching how climate change will affect extreme rainfall and flooding, and nearly all of the predictions are coming true. We're starting to see these statistically significant trends in short-duration rainfall. And that's really going to lead to a significant increase in flooding.
And as the water continued to rise, David Jutson's mobile phone captured the force of its destruction.
In the time that I was filming, the water rose in this area here that you see right now. It's dry. And yeah, it rose above this bridge and even further. The power of it was the force that came through here was incredible.
Oh, that is horrible.
The sound of the rain was deafening. It's a tin roof on that building. And so in there, you couldn't hear anything but the rain. And the sound of water itself is, when it's moving in power, is terrifying.
Oh, goodness.
The raging torrent in the streets of Toowoomba was now rushing down the mountain toward Grantham. The small town, with a population of just a few hundred, was right in its path. And by afternoon, the flood was in town.
At 4 o'clock on Monday the 10th, we had a tsunami come through town, which was unheard of, unseen before. It went from nothing in the main street to 4 or 5 foot deep within a minute, which was basically put it about just above knee height inside my service station. And then once it got to waist height, I knew then I was in trouble. And then I tried to take my escape route and noted that I wasn't getting out through there. I ended up going back inside my service station, and this happened within probably 3 minutes.
Then a surge of floodwater hit Marty's service station.
It was that muddy and dirty, it just blackened any daylight out of the shop. All the windows smashed in, and all the products and fridges and freezers inside the service station all got smashed into the back wall, and I was basically treading water inside my shop, and that was basically the first time I tasted the feeling of, I'm going to meet my maker today. I'm not getting out of this.
By now, the water had risen so quickly, Marty was about to drown inside his service station.
I knew I basically had probably 5 or 6 inches of air between the water level and the ceiling inside my shop. I could feel my hat hitting the ceiling inside, and knew if I stayed inside the shop, I wasn't going to make it. And I knew that if I got out through the door, that the current was going that fast past the service station entrance that I probably wasn't going to survive outside either.
Marty knew he would need to act if he was going to survive.
I took a deep breath, duck dived under the water to the door and swam out through the door, and as I was going out through the door, the current was that swift that it spun me sideways. I remember my hip hitting the door jamb and felt like I was just being swept away. I was lucky enough to be able to grab hold of the awning that's off the front of my building, managed to climb along the awning and then drag myself up onto the roof. I remember when I grabbed hold of the awning, the water was flowing that fast that it was basically like I was being towed behind a boat. It lifted me horizontally in the water. What unfolded then visually was just incomprehensible. The amount of water, the force of the water, and the amount of debris that was in that water was just, unless you've seen it, you wouldn't believe it. Like, every single thing that is in someone's house, under someone's house, shipping containers, cars, boats still on trailers, things that you think could not possibly be pushed by water. Once I got up on the roof, surprisingly, there was already helicopters in the sky. And I was thinking to myself, wow, how did they respond so quickly? You know, because from the time of being nothing to me being on the roof was like 15 minutes. How can the helicopters be here so quickly? Unbeknown at the time, Toowoomba had gone through an unprecedented event in the streets there.
In Toowoomba, the creek that David Judson was recording on his phone now resembled a raging river.
Oh, got it? Yeah. Oh. Oh my goodness.
It was unfathomable. Like you'd never seen something like this before. It certainly was a disaster zone. It almost had that that earthquake feel where the power of the water that moved and pushed these cars into angles and directions that shouldn't be possible. In the space of, 5-10 minutes, the water rose to something that it just kept on rising.
That is unbelievable.
The power of the water was immense.
Oh, my goodness.
Cars all along behind us. People who didn't get there in time, their cars were just washed away.
First excited, David was now terrified.
I was scared for myself. I remember calling my family.
Back in Grantham, Marty's situation had taken a turn for the worse. He captured the drama as it unfolded. And as the water levels rose, his thoughts turned to his loved ones.
That's when I thought, hell, I better try and contact my wife and my son and my parents. And because I've been through so many floods previously, I'd learned to put my mobile phone in a clip-lock sealed airtight bag. I then rang my wife and my son, firstly to tell them that I was safe on the roof. But it ended up being if I don't get through this, tell them that I love them. And I'm sorry for putting myself in this situation. I basically told them that I loved them and said goodbye.
Ex-military operative and risk management expert Joanna Harmdorf has worked in extreme and dangerous environments around the world. She has seen the devastation of floods firsthand, and she knows exactly what you should do if you are trapped in a flood.
Personally, I've been involved in a flood, and sadly, the recovery parts of a flood as well afterwards when I was in the army. And after seeing that and see what Mother Nature can do, I have a different kind of respect for her. I wouldn't call it a fear, but the damage that she can do if she wants to is unbelievable. If you do end up on your roof and you get impatient or you're running out of food and water and you think it's tempting to actually jump into the water and think you can swim somewhere else, don't. It's extremely dangerous. You do not know what's running in the water, what's flowing through it, cars, trees. There's a lot of stuff in there that can actually hurt you. Would you end up in the water though? You're best off to lie flat on your back, cover your head with your hands to make sure that anything that is flowing through the water doesn't hit you in the head and knocks you out. And you can also see where you're going. So if you see anything like a pole or tree or a house that hasn't been moved yet, then try to hold on to that.
The rain did not relent. The waters engulfing Toowoomba and Grantham were making their way toward the city of Brisbane.
So in the Queensland floods, down the river, we had in the order of 10,000 cubic metres per second. And people, what does 10,000 cubic metres per second mean? You have 10,000 1 metre by 1 metre boxes of water that each weigh a tonne going past every second. And that's why floodwater is so destructive.
The floodwaters were feeding straight into the Brisbane River, which snakes its way through Australia's third most populated city. On that river is the Wivenhoe Dam, now overflowing, and a new chapter in this mutant weather event was about to begin. And it would happen right in the heart of a city with more than 2 million people.
It was a perfect storm, or if you're certainly operating a dam, it was your worst nightmare.
The dam was opened, unleashing a torrent of water that flooded the busy metropolitan streets of Brisbane. Chaos reigned. The flood now impacted most of Queensland, a state 2.5 times the size of Texas. The 2011 flood was supposed to be a 1-in-100-year event. But 2 years later, in January 2013, Mother Nature unleashed another freak flood. And once again, The community was taken by surprise.
It was certainly unexpected.
And it came out of the blue for Matthew Brandon, who was working for the Royal Capricorn Helicopter Rescue Service in Rockhampton on the central Queensland coast. Matthew was an air crewman at the time, responsible for hoisting people stranded in floodwaters to safety.
I suppose just seeing the floods and seeing the effect of them, especially from the air where you get that big picture perspective, it was extraordinary. It certainly put a lot of things into perspective. You know, it could have been 5 feet deep, it could have been 50 feet deep. This massive water sort of flowing through, and you had plenty of debris, plenty of trees, dead livestock, people's houses that had just, was just flowing through. It was just, basically anything the water could get a hold of, it was just washing away.
Over the worst days of the flood, the rescue calls would come in. Matthew and his team were the first responders on the scene. This is what a day in the office looks like for an air crewman, where every rescue could be your last.
This lady here is saying that the man and woman are both went to their assistance. Yeah. Okay. Then they lost sight of them and the boat went away. It didn't. So further downriver. Further downriver.
There was definitely a couple of metres between life and death of not only the person that you're trying to save or the rescue crewman when we lowered him down, but if the hoist cable had contacted the wires, then you're starting to look at possible catastrophic damage that could have resulted in a crash. Helicopters, when they're conducting these rescues, are at their most vulnerable. Helicopters are quite capable aircraft, but when they're in the hover and stationary, that's when they're using the most amount of power to stay aloft. At times when you were flying through the rain, the visibility was reduced down to zero. We still had to fly with the door open, and we were basically nap of earth flying. So we were actually following the roadways at about 50 feet above the trees, just so that we could see where we were going. So it was extremely dangerous, flying. Fairly unforgiving environment, and it's, if something goes wrong, then the problems and the lives that are at risk are, greatly magnified, because all of a sudden you've got a downed helicopter. The most hazardous rescue we did was an elderly lady who was stuck in her car. As she's tried to exit the vehicle, she's opened the door, but then the weight of the floodwaters has actually pushed the door closed and had trapped her in the door of the car. Well, that was the most dangerous rescue, just because you've got these telegraph poles and the wires, not to mention the visibility, because it's still raining here, so you've got rain covering your visors, with the hoist cable coming down close to those wires. All it takes is something to be wrapped around them, and then you have to cut the cable or something gets tangled. And now you've got a second person down there whose life's at risk.
Matthew's flown in the Middle East on Black Hawk helicopters. He's used to operating in emergencies, but one rescue call during that flood will be etched in his mind forever.
My recollection of that day was that we got the call to say that there was a vehicle stuck in floodwaters with 2 women and a small child that were stuck in the back of the ute.
When the call came in over the radio, Matthew Brandon and his team were caught off guard. They were told there was a baby trapped in the ute, and they realised they didn't have a harness for a small child. They grabbed what they thought could work, and armed with a winch and just a dive bag, they rushed to the site. Emergency services had already attempted to rescue the 2 women and the child, but the violent rapids of the flood were too dangerous for any watercraft.
They had actually attempted to get a swift water rescue boat out to the vehicle, but just because of the location and the water, they were unsuccessful. When we first arrived at the scene, you could see the vehicle. It was well and truly covered in floodwaters. At any moment in time, it could start washing downriver, or it could flip over, in which case you've got 3 people in rapidly moving water, definitely in fear of losing their lives. We've circled it, come into position and started lowering down to the vehicle.
As the rescue team came closer, they could see the fear in their eyes.
They were extremely distressed, yeah. They were, very, very, very scared.
Matthew's hand firmly gripped the only lifeline this child had.
So once we got there, started bringing the people up. The first person was the child. That was our main priority.
Let's go. You'll come on with feet first, Bob?
Can I be?
Yeah, absolutely. Put her in your bag, darling. You go. Girl. You go. Put her on the tent. On that lady. No. Here you go. You go, darling. Okay, get the bag up for me. Okay, darling.
With the distressed child in the bag about to be lifted up to the chopper, the distraught mother needed reassurance.
Yep, stay down. Stay north to low. I'll be back. Okay, I'm coming back, all right? And we'll come back to your boat. It's all okay, yes?
Basically, putting a 2.5-year-old into a dive bag. Got him up to the top. Him being handed off to the paramedic that was in the back of the aircraft, and then him unzipping the bag and the toddler's head, coming out of the bag. That was what everybody reacted to, yeah.
But time was running out for the 2 women still trapped in the car.
The 2 ladies were, very scared.
Okay, who's next? Now come with me. Take your arms down. Back to you. Lay down. Hey, mate, you're not. Keep your arms down. Make it all work. Enjoy the ride. Say goodbye.
And honestly, I don't know how they did what they did for the initial rescue. That vehicle, could have potentially just washed away at any moment. Yeah, they broke down as soon as they got into the aircraft, broke down into tears.
The chopper landed safely with its precious cargo, the toddler and the 2 women, unharmed. For more than 2 days, Matthew and his team continued to save stranded people from the floodwaters, risking their lives on this do-or-die mission.
They were all at risk of losing their lives. The last guy that we got up had to be dragged into the aircraft. He was absolutely exhausted, and it was a real struggle to get him into the aircraft because there was just no space to put him. Their temperament changed from that nervous, just absolute distress to relief, almost as soon as they got into the aircraft, and they knew that they had been saved, that they weren't in danger anymore. You could see the relief wash over their face. All up, it would probably be 20-odd rescues.
Weighed down with survivors of the flood, the aircraft was at maximum capacity and it was losing power fast. Matthew and his team had to make the decision to return to base.
The frustration that, you wanted to do more than you could, but just because of the weather, sometimes we couldn't get there.
Despite Matthew's frustration, the people he saved over those 2 harrowing days call him a hero. For Marty Warburton, stranded in the monster floods of 2011, rescue wasn't an option. He'd now retreated to the roof of his Grantham service station. With all hope lost, Marty reached for his phone and said his final goodbyes to his wife and son. For Marty, the next few minutes felt like an eternity.
Being up on the roof, it was water for as far as you can see.
But moments later, something did appear on the muddy horizon, an intact house floating through the floodwaters.
While I was up on the roof, after getting myself together enough to start functioning again, I noticed off in the distance a house had popped off its stumps and come out through the trees and was starting to float through the farming paddocks. For some reason, I got my phone out and started videoing it as it was going past in the paddock, thinking to myself, is this real? Am I really? Is this really happening? And I think that's the reason why I got my camera out to record it, is because I wasn't believing what I was seeing.
And then a shocking realisation. There were people inside.
You're up on the roof there, and you can hear people screaming for help. You could hear them screaming for help, and the house floated off. And I remember the feeling of just being useless.
For Marty, this was like living a nightmare.
I thought I saw someone trying to swim. I leaned over the awning and tried to grab them and grabbed their arm and rolled them over, and that's when I realised they weren't trying to swim, that they were already gone. And it I didn't recognise the person in the water because they'd basically had no face left. I sort of kicked myself for letting go, but it shocked me that bad. I let go and fell back on the roof of the awning, and I still see that image, mainly at night.
Marty's nightmare continued through the day into the night.
I could see the emergency flashing lights about a kilometre away, and I just kept on convincing myself that, because I could see the lights, that rescuers were coming, and I just had to sit tight. But about 11:30, I think, 11:30, midnight, the lightning started. Storm came over and there was just lightning everywhere, and I was basically sitting on the biggest steel construction left standing in our town. And I was really starting to worry that I was going to get electrocuted from the lightning.
Marty was sure he wouldn't survive the night if he stayed on the roof.
I had to decide whether I stay up there or whether I try and swim to safety. I tried getting off the roof of the service station and the gutter gave way and I fell into the water. And
Marty doesn't remember much about what happened next. But, as if carried by angels, the floodwaters took Marty to higher ground.
I could see lights outside the school, flashlights, because there was no power in town. And walking towards the lights and then hearing people saying, "Marty, you're alive. We thought you were gone." It was just that feeling of relief that you were safe. Many times I thought my young fellow was going to grow up without his dad. And that was the thing that hurt me the most, was how was it going to affect him? Because for me, I'm dead, I'm gone. But just struggling to... And to know that so many in your community were dealing with that.
Many in Grantham never got the opportunity to see their loved ones again. Marty was one of the lucky few.
I remember just giving him a big hug and just not wanting to let go. Having a big cry. Just so thankful. Because by that time, you'd heard lost their lives in your community. By that time, the enormity of the event had sunk in. We lost 13 people that day out of 60 that were there. It was devastating. It wasn't big, it was a monster. Armageddon come to town and destroyed it. Unbelievable. And even still to this day, it's hard to comprehend that it got so big, that it was so big, that it was so violent, so destructive. Words cannot describe what Mother Nature unleashed on that day.
Marty's tried to move on from those 2 days of hell, but he can't help but think of the what-ifs. What if it happens again?
I fear for the next 2011. God, I hope it doesn't happen, but after experiencing that, anything can happen.
With the flood over in Toowoomba, David Jutsam was safe, but his town was destroyed.
I remember afterwards, once the water subsided below this bridge, walking across to the car park over here. It certainly was a disaster zone. The car park over here, like the water rose so much that it just stacked them like dominoes. It was horrifying.
In 2011, the first flood struck Toowoomba and Grantham. And in 2013, the second flood hit. In the space of 3 years, 2 monster floods ripped through Queensland. The state would never fully recover.
About 3/4 of the state was declared a disaster zone from that particular time period. So it was very intense rainfall over these heavily populated areas. We had massive suburbs inundated. The impacts were extensive, you know, major assets and infrastructure were inundated in a way that we didn't realise could happen.
When the floodwaters receded, the scale of the devastation was clear. More than 1 million people impacted and 12,000 seeking refuge in evacuation centres. And even more devastating, 35 lives taken.
The numbers are a bit scary. We had about 12,000 homes were inundated, and the estimates of damage vary a bit, but they're up about the $5 billion worth of damage done to infrastructure and assets.
We had something we hadn't really seen before, that the Queensland floods were probably the most devastating floods in Australia's history. with the number of people affected and the economic consequences to the country.
But scientists are telling us that with our changing unpredictable weather, extreme floods will become more common and a bigger flood might be just around the corner.
What we are fairly confident about is under climate change, that unpredictability is what's going to increase. We'll get more unpredictable storms. Apply one of these future scenarios that we think might happen by 2050, what we estimate the damages will be will almost triple. People were unprepared for 2011. I think a lot of people expressed shock. They didn't realise that rain like that could fall, and they didn't know that rivers like that could be so high. 2011 was already bad, but if you're in that upper catchment, you could be almost 2 stories higher of flood levels in a future scenario.
Under a changing climate, we would expect to experience more extreme rainfall events. So this would mean heavier rain sometimes when it does rain. And particularly this means more flooding in urban areas, with stormwater flooding moving into drains, into creeks, causing flooding of homes, streets and infrastructure.
We're seeing an increased intensity and frequency of extreme events. They're here to stay and they're going to get worse.
In Southeast Australia, we're seeing much more volatile weather caused by climate change and other factors. That includes heavy rain events as well as droughts, and it also includes damaging rain events like hailstorms. Climate change affects tropical cyclones in a number of different ways. The ocean is like the heat engine for tropical cyclones. And with a warmer ocean, there's a lot more energy to fuel big storms. We'll have more intense storms. But the air is also warmer. And as the atmosphere warms up, it can hold more water vapor. That means that tropical cyclones now carry a lot more rain.
So climate change is having an effect on flooding. We do know as the world gets warmer that you can carry more moisture in the air. If you have more moisture in the air, you can have higher rainfall. We are now starting to see statistically significant increases in rainfall in short storms all around the country. And this is what was predicted from climate change. We'll certainly see more frequent large floods, and the intensity of these large floods will increase. Our broad brush estimate for the country and the east coast of Australia, where most of Australia's flooding problem is, that what would occur once every 100 years, by 2100 will occur about once every 60 years. We're going to see nearly a doubling in the frequency of those floods that cause devastation. We are struggling in Australia to deal with the current flood risk, and any increase from climate change will be really devastating. We should be planning for future climate risk.
David Jutsam isn't a scientist. He's a survivor. But after living through the Toowoomba floods, he thinks we need to recognise that our weather is changing.
When you see nature turn so quickly and so powerfully, it does humble you. You recognise how small and insignificant you are in that grand scheme of Mother Nature's power. After witnessing what we did in 2011 with that flood, it does make you fearful to a degree about how climate is changing.
Marty has seen the fury of mutant nature firsthand, and he says we can't ignore the signs Mother Nature is sending us.
I'm a strong believer that climate change is happening, global warming is happening, that weather patterns are changing, and you can't rape and pillage Mother Earth for 100 years and expect no retribution.
Wind, water, fire, and earth. Elements of creation. Elements of destruction. These are the forces of nature's fury. Australia is on the edge of the world's most dangerous seismic and volcanic zone. a crack in the earth that rips around the Pacific. Destroying cities.
So there's always going to be a risk if you go that close to a volcano that you may lose your life.
Exploding a reborn Krakatoa volcano.
Nothing is precious as human life.
And now it may even be threatening down under.
So there could be a volcanic threat to an Australian city.
This is the Ring of Fire.
So around the area of Australasia, we have an area very active of volcanoes and earthquakes, and this is because there, the tectonic plates is all part of the Pacific Ring of Fire around the edges. So you've got New Zealand, Vanuatu, Tonga, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia. All these areas sit on the edge of where these tectonic plates are coming together, colliding, and one going down under the other. And that's why we have a lot of volcanic activity around the edge of Australasia and Australia.
Volcanologist Professor Heather Handley explains why these isles are on one of the most active tectonic fault lines on the planet.
I think they're just the most intriguing and fascinating aspect. And, you know, for thousands of years, people have made up myths about volcanoes, and they've influenced cultures, they've changed societies, they've wiped out societies. Volcanoes are so powerful, and I think it's their influence on the fertility they give to the soil, the damage and destruction that they cause, and the fact that we just can't control these things that made me want to learn more about them, how we can understand them, and what goes on underground where we can't see.
The volcanism has been a positive thing in that it creates land. A lot of Japan, a lot of Indonesia, the land there is actually created by these volcanic events. There's very, very fertile soil associated with this volcanism, but it also comes with the caveat that these are massive potential disaster risks.
Associate Professor Craig O'Neill from Sydney's Macquarie University sees the Ring of Fire as being one of the most powerful natural forces on the planet.
So the Ring of Fire is a line of volcanoes that traces out the edge of the Pacific Plate. So the Pacific Plate's one of the biggest plates on the planet, and it's moving towards the west generally. And when it does so, it encounters other plates, and being an oceanic plate, it tends to sink down underneath them. So that causes massive earthquakes the entire rim around the Pacific. So that's responsible for the earthquakes that occur in New Zealand, all the way up to Tonga, then across to the Philippines and up to Japan. Now, when the plate actually goes down, though, it drags water with it. And that water, when it's in the mantle, tends to drop the melting point of the mantle and create magma, which then forms this line of volcanoes a little bit back from where the plate's actually sinking back in. And that's what gives you these volcanoes around the Ring of Fire. So between the two events, though, you have this perfect storm where you've got this capacity for massive earthquakes occurring as the Pacific Plate sinks down into the mantle, but you've also generating these really, really volcanogenic fields where you have, you know, a high density of volcanoes just back from that.
And there are few places on the Ring of Fire more tectonically active than the archipelago of Indonesia. Home to more than 250 million people. But in 2018, an island in the middle of Indonesia known as Anak Krakatoa, meaning the son of Krakatoa in the local language, was to rear up from the deep and launch a two-punch killer blow. The latest explosion in a long history of destruction for Krakatoa, the world's most famous volcano.
So Krakatoa Island was actually a volcanic island that occurred before 1883. And it had probably 3 different vents that were active in volcanic eruptions. And then in 1883, there was a large volcanic eruption, and most of that island actually disappeared and collapsed into the water. The Krakatoa eruption was a very large eruption for its time, and the noise from this eruption was heard a long way around the world. And it occurred at a time when communication networks were just developing around the world, so there was a lot of interest in this eruption. After the 1883 eruption, it created a big hole underneath the ocean called a caldera, which is just a big cauldron or hole in the ground. And on the edge of that caldera, Anak, or baby Krakatoa, began to grow. So over time, it grew up under the water until eventually in about the 1920s, it reached the surface. And there we saw lots of explosions, and we saw these kind of interactions with the seawater, these big explosions and plumes. And then it started to grow into a new island. So baby Krakatoa is a new volcanic island that represents the activity that's ongoing at Krakatoa at the moment.
Australian television journalist Anne Barker is a foreign correspondent based in Indonesia. She was an eyewitness to 2 of the Ring of Fire's most devastating disasters, though she experienced Krakatoa years earlier at a more peaceful time.
I did actually climb Krakatoa once, and like 20 years earlier as a backpacker, you could see hot rocks coming out of the volcano. It's been getting bigger and bigger every year. And, you know, if you'd told me then on that day that this volcano would one day collapse on itself and cause a devastating tsunami, I would have struggled to believe it, but clearly that's what happened.
So I went to Anak Krakatoa and I stood on the crater rim of the bit that's still remaining now from the mass that went into the sea. And it was an amazing opportunity to stand at one of the world's most famous volcanoes. And we saw a big volcanic bomb. So this is a big piece of rock that was flown out, super hot red, flying through the air and landed. But we could see the size of this, and it was just so impressive to think that if you stood there when a volcano eruption is happening, that this thing could actually kill you. I think it's just an amazing place to see the Earth at its best. So humans spend a lot of time trying to control everything around us. And volcanoes are just proof that no matter what we try to do, you just cannot control the Earth's power.
Øystein Andersen is a Norwegian filmmaker who was lured to the mythic Isles of Indonesia by its volcanic landscape, which he wanted to capture on film. Little did he know this infamous volcanic force would come to threaten his family.
When we're filming, you feel like you are documenting history. It feels like a good thing to do.
Øystein was to capture the wrath of Anak Krakatoa on film as it launched a lethal explosion that was to kill hundreds.
So we know from visual observations, so people actually watching the activity, and also from the monitoring of that volcano, that there was an increase at Anak Krakatoa in volcanic activity from around June in 2018. So when the increased activity occurred in December, there was explosions and lava coming out, and it could be seen visible from the mainland that you had this bright glowing red lava coming down the side of the volcano.
You could see the lava from such a distance, but also hearing the sounds, the booming sounds of the volcano.
After months of rumblings, this was the main event. Anak Krakatoa was exploding. The island around the volcano was collapsing and setting in motion a catastrophic event far more destructive than Anak Krakatoa's lava explosion.
So then what happened was part of the side of the volcano collapsed down into the ocean and pushed the water and created this tsunami, this wave of water that was moving towards the mainland. In deep water, it's not very high, but as the land gets shallower towards the coastline, the wave height gets a lot higher. So when this wave reached the mainland, it actually then destroyed buildings. Over 400 people died in this eruption.
This wave was the deadly Anak Krakatoa tsunami. A tsunami is a form of destructive wave that mathematician Shane Keating describes as being very different to a normal surfing wave.
Groundswells are very different from tsunamis. Groundswells are generated by storms, whereas tsunamis are generated by seismic changes in the ocean floor, for example, caused by earthquakes. When a tsunami occurs, it has an enormous wavelength. That is, the crests between tsunamis are very long, and they travel extremely rapidly across the ocean. We don't experience them as a wave, however. Instead, what we experience them as is a very strong high or low tide. That's what gives rise to the original name for tsunamis, a tidal wave. So when you think about a wave to surf, you don't think about a tsunami because you don't surf the tide. Some of the confusion for that comes from the image that's used for tsunami evacuation signs. If you look at a picture of a tsunami evacuation sign, it kind of looks like a breaking wave, but that is nothing like what a tsunami really looks like.
So as the wave comes towards the shore, because it gets shallower, the wave height gets bigger. So when it comes on the land, it can travel inland and actually then damage people and homes and the environment. So this wave that came in took people by surprise. So there was no warning system of the tsunami coming towards the land. So people did not have much time to actually clear the land near the sea and get to higher ground.
Well, I was standing filming Anak Krakatoa when the tsunami struck. The first thing I saw was suddenly a wave approaching me at the beach. I was just standing 4 or 5 meters from the sea itself. So I saw the wave when it was quite close to me, so I just grabbed the camera and run inland. What should I do now? And I thought, okay, I just have to go back to the place I was staying and get my family and evacuate.
I mean, look, you only have to watch one video to realise how completely unexpected that Krakatoa tsunami was. There was a pop band that was playing one night at Tanjung Lesser, I think it was, somewhere on the coastline there. Literally, as the wave struck, the band members were just washed from the stage inland, along with half the people watching it. just the most shocking video that you could see anywhere that shows the impact of that tsunami.
The tsunami waves were in places 2-3 meters high and destroyed houses, small shops and hotels.
You just saw people who were living kind of along the rubble of their own homes. We talked to one man who had been living or sleeping in a house right near the waterfront. He was asleep with his wife and children sort of in the afternoon and suddenly realised that there was a tsunami. He tried to grab his children. I think it was a child of 3 and a 22-day-old baby, and he just couldn't find them. He and his wife managed to get out, but the children were so small that the waves just kind of washed them away, and they just could not find them at all until afterwards. He was absolutely distraught, as you can imagine. I mean, it's just that dreadful raw grief. Even a week later, he could barely speak to us through the grief and the guilt, presumably, that he would have felt from losing his children.
Fortunately, Oystein was able to get his family to higher ground, and they survived the tsunami.
On the night of the tsunami, the locals were very, very helpful. Me and my family were taken really good care of after we had to go into the forest. I really appreciate the way they treated us.
My understanding was there were about 430 people killed. That was the sort of death toll given in the days or weeks after that tsunami.
In Indonesia, at the time of the Krakatoa eruption in 2018 and the tsunami that was generated from that, there was no warning system in place. They did have a warning system that was to detect earthquake-generated tsunamis, but that hadn't been operational since 2012. But even if it had been operational, they wouldn't have detected this type of tsunami because it was generated by a volcanic eruption. Because of the high-level activity of this volcano and its past eruption record, there is chance in future again that this volcano will grow back up above the ocean again. And then in the future, because we're still in the situation that this volcano, this baby volcano, is on the edge of what's a big caldera, a big hole, it's always going to be susceptible to collapsing or falling into that hole and generating a tsunami.
As destructive as they are, volcanoes are also agents of change, turning over the Earth's land to bring new fertility to the soil. Volcanoes can also sleep, dormant for centuries, and these sleeping giants rest uneasy across Australia, which lays just behind the Ring of Fire.
So in the past, since the time the dinosaurs died, we have actually had a lot of volcanic activity down the east coast of Australia.
The areas Professor Handley is talking about are in southeastern Australia, just outside the major metropolis of Melbourne in Victoria, where more than 4 million people could be at threat of these newly discovered volcanoes. It's a region known as the New Volcanic Province, and Professor Heather Handley has been at the forefront of research in this area.
So the volcanoes that we get in Australia, they're not single volcanoes that you imagine a volcano to be. They're actually active fields. So it's an area of land that's considered still active where a volcano could erupt. So for example, there are over 400 volcanoes in the area in the southeast of Australia in a field that's been active for the last 4.5 million years. And the last eruption was about 5,000 years ago. So even though this seems quite a long time in terms of, I guess, a human life, this is nothing in terms of geological activity. So it's been active for the last 4.5 million years, and there's a very big chance that something again will happen in the future. So the chances of an eruption in Australia are very small. So this is very different to those situations where we've got very active tectonics with earthquakes and volcanoes like around Indonesia or subduction zones. But there is still a small risk that we could see another volcanic eruption in Australia. So this could be a small eruption, or it could be a relatively large eruption. So sometimes when these eruptions come through, the magma or molten rock comes to the surface and interacts with some groundwater or surface water, they can cause quite explosive volcanic eruptions and some ash into the atmosphere. Or they can just ooze up and come out, a bit like what we see in Hawaii. So in Australia, we could see another volcanic eruption on the mainland, but it may happen in a week, it may happen in a year, it may happen in 5,000 years. We just don't know. But if it does happen, we might only get a few days or more to actually know that this eruption is going to happen.
Volcanoes aren't the only tectonic force that could destroy an Australian city.
So within Australia, we do have a tendency to be quite blasé about the seismic risk because it's not in our face every day like it is if you lived in New Zealand along an active plate boundary. But we still do have seismic risks in Australia, and in many ways, the factors that gave rise to the Christchurch earthquake, such as unmapped faults, those exist in Australia as well. For instance, under the Sydney Basin, we've got a lot of sediment, but beneath there are fault lines that were previously active. Some of them may become active again under the right stresses, and case in point would be the 1989 Newcastle earthquake, which was only a magnitude 5, but it occurred in a city, Newcastle.
While volcanoes and earthquakes may appear overwhelming in their destructive threat, making use of any warning time is vital to save your life and that of your family when one of these disasters strikes. As survival expert Kai Furneaux explains.
In a natural disaster, the thing to remember is that nothing is precious as human life. So you may think that you have stuff that's worth saving, but at the end of the day, if the order is to evacuate, the important thing to save is yourselves. There's no one grand rule about what to do in the aftermath of a disaster. You need to assess your situation and plan according to whatever natural disaster has hit you. Most of the time, authorities will give you leave to go back to your house. Don't go back until authority has been given. And remember that in the aftermath of a disaster, things are not going to be the same. So there'll be power lines down, flood debris that you can't see through and under. There'll be structural damage possibly to your house. Be cautious, make a plan. Know that you may well be dealing with your own situation for 3 or more days. You might not be able to get outside help, so you're assessing your situation according to whether you have food, water, and shelter. These will be your priorities in the aftermath of a disaster.
At the other end of Indonesia is the dragon-shaped island of Sulawesi. Here in 2018, the Ring of Fire cracked at one of its hundreds of fault lines, creating an earthquake that would generate a killer tsunami. In the local city of Palu, on the morning of September 28, 2018, few suspected a tsunami would engulf thousands of lives, or that it would be preceded by an earthquake that would collapse much of their city.
Palu punya sejarah.
Palu has a history of getting hit by tsunamis.
Tapi memang saya tidak pernah berpikir sedikit pun bahwa
But I never thought Palu would be affected by such a disastrous tsunami, like the one on September the 28th in 2018.
Ruslan Tahir Sangaji is a family man and journalist for one of Indonesia's biggest newspapers. Ruslan was living in Palu when the earthquake hit, and its attack struck directly at his family.
It was huge. There was no gap between the earthquake and the tsunami. The tsunami hit as soon as the earthquake happened.
With the Sulawesi earthquake, there was a tsunami warning that was put out and in place for maybe half an hour. And for some reason, it was lifted. That warning was lifted, and it was only then that the tsunami actually hit.
The earthquake tsunami was a 1-2 punch that was killing hundreds in its first waves against Palu. And Ruslan had no idea as to the safety of his wife and children. He had to find them.
Saya baru mengetahui ada tsunami.
The tsunami hit about 8 or 9 p.m. That's when I went to search for my second child, who I thought had died in the tsunami.
Saya sempat ke pantai di sekitaran pantai Teluk Palu.
I went to the beach where they were collecting dead bodies. I could see dead bodies everywhere.
I think I was probably the first Western journalist to get to Palu and Donggala, which were the worst areas hit in that earthquake. We met people who'd lost their families. In fact, there were a couple of bodies still floating in the water because we were there so soon after it had happened.
No matter what the situation he was in, I had to find my son. That's what I was thinking when the tsunami hit.
The clock was ticking. Ruslan had to find his son. Survival expert and former military operative Joanna Harmdorf has some life-saving tips to survive extreme events like tsunamis and volcanoes.
You don't have to be a full-blown doomsday prepper or a survival expert. A lot of things that will actually help you the most is stuff that you can prepare and you only have to do once. You can buy bottled water that lasts for years. You can buy tinned food that lasts for years. A med kit will be good for years. If you live in the same place, you only have to take your kids through evacuation points once, and then again when you move. That doesn't happen that often. So it's not that extreme as that it sounds to think about your survival and your prepping, because natural disasters are more common and they're going to be more extreme.
When it came to survival for the tsunami's victims, they were helped by Australians who flew over to Sulawesi to assist in the rescue work during the aftermath, like Australian aid worker Calvin Fan.
We're still in Palu on the ground. We are just here assessing the situation. If you just pan around, you can see There's huge devastation after the earthquake. This is one of the biggest places that we're hit. We're here with some locals. The sister on my right, also with Sister Harti. Her house is actually across over here. She was one of the victims, her and her family. They made it out safe. No one was injured or presumed dead. There are still people in the rubble.
So I went to Sulawesi, specifically in Palu, after the earthquake disaster. I was part of the aid relief.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. We are passing by tsunami-affected area.
President of the New South Wales Indonesian Community Council, Endi Dharma, also helped arrange aid for the victims of the Sulawesi tsunami. And the scale of the event deeply affected him as he met with the survivors.
Palu Donggala Sigi, bencanamu adalah bencanaku. Derita tangismu.
For that disaster in Donggala and Palu, anything that happens over there, the feeling happens for all Indonesians.
Jeritan dan kehampaanku.
Alhamdulillah, so at this point in time, we're actually aiming to get these trucks, which is full of distribution and immediate emergency relief, to villages that are living up about an hour to 2 hours away, up in the mountains of Palu. On our way here, as you can see up on top, and scrolling all the way down, we've just hit a bit of a blockade, which is landslides from yesterday's night's rainfall.
So when the earthquake struck, the tsunami also hit. The landslides happened as well up in the mountains. So you had 4 different events simultaneously at times. And in addition to that, there was a liquefaction that actually happened in result of the earthquake as well.
Aid worker Endi Dharma worked right in the middle of this overwhelming destruction.
Mari kita lihat
Just after I got off the plane, I wanted to go directly to the disaster area. I saw terrible things. It was so sad.
I mean, we were, I guess, frightened that we could be victims as well. We were told by our guide that during that time when the tsunami occurred, the early warnings went off, but given that the people on the beach actually had a festival during that day, when the tsunami struck, the people that were celebrating were still walking along the beach and just had no notice of the early warning signs. And so they were, I guess, taken away as well.
After dark nights of searching, fearing that his children had been killed by the tsunami, local journalist Ruslan was reunited with his son. All his family was safe.
I felt so happy when I met him. I hugged him and took him back to my car, and I said, "Let's go home."
Senang lah, pokoknya saya sangat senang. Gitu. Nah, senang saya itu dengan terharu ya.
I felt so happy and grateful that my child is safe. Tears came down from my face, even though I tried to hide them from my children.
Anak saya itu. Kontribusi tidak bisa ikut.
I was very lucky that I got a second chance to live.
For Australian journalist Anne Barker, the failure of the emergency warning system was directly to blame for possibly thousands of unnecessary deaths.
There were a lot of questions about why this tsunami warning had been issued and then lifted, why it had not been issued earlier, and it's something I think Indonesia has been sort of under pressure to repair a lot of these devices since then.
Even if the warning system had worked, a catastrophic side effect of an earthquake known as liquefaction, where the ground turns to a muddy quicksand, would still have killed hundreds.
So the liquefaction that happened, houses were moved about 1 kilometre to where they originated from. And essentially they were just surfing in the mud. And the occupants of the houses were fending by clinging on to the roofs of the houses just to make sure that if a big mudslide was to hit and smack the house, that they had some form of escape and shelter.
I mean, look, I remember meeting one woman who had lost her husband. She, I think, said that she and her husband had tried to run as soon as the earthquake happened. They tried to run out of the house into the street, and she lost him very quickly. He'd gone, he vanished, she never found him again. She said she still didn't have the heart to tell her son that his father had been killed, and she had wanted to wait till his body was found, that she could be certain he was dead before she told him.
The destruction by these primal tectonic and volcanic forces is tragic, and a volcano that lies between Krakatoa and Sulawesi is a chilling example of the global impact these eruptions can have.
So when Tambora erupted in 1815, it exploded and a lot of volcanic ash and gas went high into the atmosphere. Now, if volcanic material goes into the lower atmosphere, it's often washed out by the rain and it can be filtered out. Whereas this volcanic eruption sent material and gas high into the stratosphere. So when it goes into that level, the sulfur dioxide there actually turns into sulfuric acid when it mixes with water vapor. And that can block out the sunlight and can lead to global cooling. And after the Tambora eruption, it appears that global cooling was very significant. So we know that they called it the year without a summer in the following year in 1816. And it affected crops and it created famine and disease. So there was a huge impact on society, not even close to Indonesia, around the rest of the world after this eruption occurred in 1815.
Some scientists are even seeing a link between increased seismic activity like volcanoes and earthquakes and the effects of a hotter climate.
Look, one of the lesser-known risk factors with climate change is we lose a lot of low-latitude glaciers. So glaciers that are occurring somewhere around the equator, but high up in mountaintops and whatnot. They're going fast, and when they go, they're taking a lot of weight off mountains, and some of those mountains are volcanoes. And so if you remove pressure from these systems, you can both allow earthquake slip to occur more readily, but you're also taking pressure off a volcanic system, which is sitting underground pressurized. So it's like taking the lid off a cannel. Like, those volcanic systems are primed now to go. So we can both increase earthquake activity and volcanic activity due to climate change in these glaciated areas where we're losing a lot of ice currently.
So if you go back to the end of the last ice age, you have this phenomenal change in the planet's system. You had ice sheets going 3 kilometers high. Global sea levels were 120 meters lower than they are today. The world starts warming up and the ice starts melting, and suddenly you get this incredible increase in sea level. And as a result, it changes the balance on the mantle. And the result is that actually you suddenly start getting these stresses in the planet, which can lead to increased earthquakes or volcanic eruptions.
So we don't really know which volcano is going to be the next big eruption around Australasia. But what we do know is we've had significant eruptions, really large eruptions in the past that have affected a wide area. So in New Zealand, we've had supervolcanic eruptions, and in Indonesia, we've had supervolcanic eruptions. So the frequency is not too often, but if you just go down one to the size of Tambora, these ones, we suppose that we get one of those size eruptions every 500 years or so. We probably will expect another big eruption at some point in the future, but we just don't know yet where.
So one of the problems with the big quakes in particular is they can have quite long recurrence intervals. So it could be 100, 200 years between quake events on some of these fault systems. So that's longer than a human lifetime, and humans become quite blasé about a risk that they don't experience in their own life.
There are over 800 million people in the world that live close, which is within 100 kilometres of an active volcano at present time. So within 100 kilometres, you might be exposed to volcanic ash, and if you live closer, you might be exposed to things like pyroclastic flows.
Australia and New Zealand have always experienced extreme events. There's no doubt about that. As we look back in the past, they've happened. But as the planet gets warmer, as we emit more greenhouse gases, we're seeing an increased intensity and frequency of extreme events.
I think it just drove home how forceful Mother Nature is. I mean, we've all seen on television the aftermath of volcanoes and earthquakes, but to actually see it yourself, it is a shock, as I say, because it's not just seeing it, but you're smelling it, and you're meeting people, you're talking to the survivors, the people who've lost families, lost relatives, and so on. I think it just drove home to me how dangerous the Earth can be, and how much Indonesia, in my case, does seem to get more than its share of volcanic eruptions and tsunamis.
To be honest, I think actually the changes that we're seeing in just the last couple of years are alarming a lot of scientists. I've been working in climate science now for 20 years, and for a long time, the discussion, the debate was very much about what might happen for our children or our children's children. And suddenly there's this recognition that actually it's going to happen and impact, it's already happening and impacting us in our generation.
For Australian aid worker Calvin Fan, the task of putting lives back together continued long after the tsunami ended.
So they've come together as one community, and also, as you can see, just on my left, that's the sort of accommodation they've been staying at.
During my work in Sulawesi, we were evaluating the rubble of the liquefaction that occurred, and as we're walking and just having a look at the disaster zone, our guide turned over to us and just said, just be wary that the military had removed the bodies that they could see and that were visible, but there are still some that are actually buried in the soil. We could be stepping on bodies that were, I guess, been there for the past 2 weeks and no one has even realized. Palu was the first disaster storm I've ever been into. I mean, you see it a lot in the news, you see it a lot in documentaries, you see it a lot, I guess, in the media. But when you're there, it's a surreal experience. You just don't know how to comprehend it.
The expectation then was that they would never be able to find all the bodies buried. It was going to become a mass grave. They would never know the final death toll, and it was expected that really the final death toll was probably going to be in the thousands. In the months since The Palu earthquake, I think I've heard that probably around maybe 5,000 people have been killed. But there's never been a definitive death toll for those reasons, because most of the bodies were left in their homes, in the sinkhole and in the graves.
Here in a remote village up in the Palu Mountains, as you see behind next to me, we're providing some immediate relief after the earthquake and the tsunami.
Yeah, it was a huge community spirit to see that, you know, after all the devastations, and most of them had lost their loved ones, that they were still there to depend on each other and just find comfort in one another, that, you know, that everything will be all right. It's a show that no matter where you are, that when nature strikes, there's no hiding from it.
Yeah. Kalau bencana, memang daerahnya.
The people of Sulawesi understand that because they are living in a fault line, a lot of disasters can happen. And some people believe that these are tests from Allah, from God.
Through the fury and decimation, the Ring of Fire remains. Perhaps the largest destructive force on the planet. A reminder that we are still very human and very small in the greater scheme of the universe. Wind, water, fire, and earth. Elements of creation. Elements of destruction. These are the forces of nature's fury. Sydney, Australia, June 2016. This was a city under attack, a metropolis destined to become the capital of climate change down under. Australia's biggest city was in the firing line of a superstorm that would wake up the nation to the realities of weather in the 21st century. It sent waves the size of apartment blocks smashing into the city. Some tried to surf them. Others tried to survive them.
There was just total white right out to the horizon, and the noise was absolutely horrific.
By the time this mutant weather was done with Sydney, lives would be lost.
Your life basically destroyed in a matter of minutes.
A professional surfer is almost killed.
There could have been life or death that day.
And a suburb decimated.
A tsunami combined with an earthquake.
I mean, it's a beautiful thing, but it's also a very dangerous piece of work when it wants to be.
Winter in Sydney is often a time to take a break from the hot subtropical summers. Rarely does the climate hit the extremes of winter elsewhere on the planet. But in 2016, a combination of 3 different destructive forces were building off the coast. Wind, waves, and tide. For Professor Ian Turner, who studies the impacts of these superstorms, This was an event he hadn't seen before.
Well, the June 2016 storm was a large storm, but there were two features about it that made it particularly destructive. The first is that it came from an unusual direction. Most of our storms come more from the south, and this storm came from an unusual easterly direction. That really enabled the wave energy to come into the coast.
Unusual because an intense high-pressure weather system would push the storm right into the heart of Australia's busiest city.
And secondly, it just happened to coincide with king tides, which is our largest highest sea level of the year. And those two factors combined really made it the largest erosion event we've seen in 40 years.
Early June 2016, before the storm. And surfers are starting to gather at Cape Solander for a big wave surfing competition.
First time I ever surfed here, I felt that it was probably the most dangerous wave I've ever surfed. This is probably one of the heaviest waves in the world for sure.
It's a place well known to professional big wave surfer Justin Allport.
I'm 46 years old, I'm a firefighter, father of 3 kids, husband, and I like surfing big waves.
But in 2016, Cape Solander was about to give Justin Allport a lesson in the power that is mutant nature. At the same time, just up the coast from Cape Solander at Collaroy on Sydney's northern beaches, Gary and Zaza Silk are enjoying life at their beachside home. Part of a multi-million-dollar row of castles built on sand.
On Friday, the first inkling I got of the storm was when one of the guys in the office said, "Aren't you worried about this weekend?" living on the coast. And then Saturday morning, it was absolutely fantastic. It was flat, calm, etc. Couldn't have been a nicer day.
Little did Gary know a fierce storm was brewing on the horizon. A face-off with nature's power was about to begin. And the families living in these beachside dream homes were about to enter a 3-day nightmare.
You know, it was Saturday afternoon, it started to get really rough. And then the dunes, which were at the end of the garden, started to get eaten into. And that was the first time we really realised that it was going to be a big one, big storm.
Surf lifesaver and Australia's United Nations Goodwill Ambassador for the Ocean, David McIntosh, is a veteran of Sydney's wild seas.
A lot of us look at the weather maps all the time. You could feel something was about to happen, but no one had any idea that it could be so devastating.
Collaroy Beach is a beach that we spend a lot of time investigating. It's actually one of the longest records, over 40 years of beach monitoring that's occurred. So we watched the weather forecast quite closely, and about a week before the storm event in June 2016, we started to see a storm was approaching. Wave heights forecast over 6 metres significant wave height, which means the biggest waves 10 metres high. But it was always indicating it was coming from this unusual direction from the east. So we started watching it very closely.
Back on Sydney's southern side, and Cape Solander was cranking out waves that have made the location a playground for all kinds of surfers from around the world, like Ricky Gilby and Nick Brabot.
The oceanic swell comes in pretty much undisturbed, sucks up onto that slab and unloads in a fashion that I've never really kind of experienced anywhere else. And it's kind of the intensity of the whole thing too, with the rocks being so close and the slab being so shallow and the barrel being so perfect. It's all just kind of comes together to make it a pretty special place.
Even on the small days, it can get pretty dangerous out here. But you also have to deal with the sharpest kind of barnacles as well. And I just tried to get up and I just lost my footing and kind of fell on my back, and it's just dragged me off the rock. You're always at mercy of the ocean, and as soon as you try to fight it, it'll let you know who's boss.
You could seriously get hurt and you could die.
But Justin had no idea he was about to be another victim of this merciless wave. Further up the Sydney coast, at the beachside suburb of Collaroy, the elements have begun their attack.
The rain was for about 2 or 3 days before. It interspersed, but we had had a lot of rains. And that's important because what it meant was that the whole area around here, underneath, was waterlogged.
For Zaza Silk, the ocean surge was beginning to destroy the beachfront side of their house.
I was standing quite near the boundary, and a crack must have opened up where I'm standing now to where the bush is here. I was standing looking out to the sea, and there was this massive crack that appeared, and I just had to leap backwards before I was myself swept out to sea. So the whole thing happened really, really quickly. When the sea came in, bang.
As the intensity of the storm increased, more destructive forces came into play. King tides, savage winds, and huge swells on a coastline already vulnerable to extreme oceanic forces.
The east coast of Australia has a very narrow continental shelf, which means that we get into deep water quite quickly. So as waves, large storm waves are generated in the Pacific, there's very little interaction that occurs with the sea bottom before they slam into the coast. And so on a world scale, it's a high energy coastline with most of the energy from the Pacific just slamming straight into our coast.
Even the veterans of Sydney's beaches knew it was something out of the ordinary.
It created a situation, a cluster of events that you don't see very often, probably seen 5 times in the last 100 years. So it was very, very significant, very damaging.
The king tide had devoured the beach and was now attacking the homes closest to the shore.
The council guards were stood up underneath the balcony there, looking out to sea, watching the waves break, these huge waves coming in and breaking. And then one didn't break, it just kept coming in and it hit them. So it must have been like a freak wave and bang.
That swell event was definitely the most memorable one I've ever witnessed on the east coast of Australia.
At the same time as the suburb of Collaroy was being destroyed by king tides and crushing swells, down the coast on the southern side of Sydney at Cape Solander, the big wave surfing competition had begun.
So on that day where they had that Cape Fear contest, there was a lot of north in the swell. And I was watching it on TV thinking, these guys are insane. Because it was just heaving on the shallow reef. And on those kind of days, it's hard to even get out of the impact zone. So if you survive the wipeout, then you've got to try to get out of there as well. Like, it was just nuts.
I think it was June the 6th in 2016 when they ran the Cape Fear Red Bull contest. That was life or death. I was with some of the best big wave surfers in the world. And mate, there was fear amongst all of us. Everything in your mind saying, don't go, don't go. The risk versus reward just really plays a big part. And when you pull back and don't go one, you always think, man, I could have made that.
I got to admit, it didn't exactly make me want to jump out here in conditions like that. As fun as it is, it's an adrenaline-based fun. So the danger is part of the fun, but the danger is real.
When you think about the waves that are crashing at Bondi or Cape Solander, it's amazing to think about the fact that those waves have traveled perhaps tens of thousands of kilometers across the ocean with almost no change. And they travel without change over enormous distances. In the 1950s, some American oceanographers performed an experiment where they tracked a wave generated by an Antarctic storm as it traveled in a great arc across the Pacific Ocean and crashed on the shores of the Arctic. Amazingly enough, they saw that there was very little change in the wave train over that period of time.
I've been pretty lucky out here, really. Like the amount of times I've seen people had to get airlifted out or broken their necks, and like you hear stories that of almost drownings, and I like to be as prepared as I can be. But you also, you're in the ocean, it's the boss. Sometimes you just got to let it do its thing and just hope that you make it out the other end.
The superstorm was now launching 1,000-ton waves at professional surfers wanting to test their mettle against Mother Nature.
The size that day of the waves, like, just think of 20 Olympic swimming pools full of water just coming down on you.
And an elite team of rescue experts was there in the water. Like Ryan Whippet-Clark, a Bondi lifeguard with 20 years rescue experience.
This wave here at Solander, it's so dangerous just because of how close it breaks to the rocks. So if you fall off at the start of the wave, there's a good chance you're going to kind of get washed up onto that cliff face or bounce off it.
Dr. Shane Keating from the University of New South Wales is a mathematician who studies the basic forces of what makes waves and water such a dangerous dynamic.
In Cape Solander, some of the waves there are coming from all the way in Antarctica. They benefit from undersea canyons that funnel wave energy into a focused point, jacking the wave right up to very large amplitudes, as much as up to a 5-story building.
This storm was almost like the perfect storm. You had like king tides, the swell was big, we had winds, and literally like a few days out, we were still looking at the charts going, this thing's going to be ridiculous. If it stays like this, it's going to be something that no one's ever seen before, and it was.
Up at Collaroy on Sydney's north side, a beach that was normally as wide as a freeway was now submerged beneath a king tide storm surge.
There was people stood underneath the balcony on that apartment block behind me, and all of a sudden this wave just came that high and hit them and took them all out.
With no seawalls, a beach not prepared for giant swells and a king tide storm surge, Gary and Zaza's home had little protection from the force of the ocean.
We got gouged because what happens is that the water came shooting down the coast. It literally just came down the beach.
When environmental engineer Professor Ian Turner heard about this wild swell, he had to look beyond the weather map and see it with his own eyes.
So it's hard to picture that on a lovely warm day today and with the beach so wide that in 2016 this was such a different place. In fact, essentially all the sand had gone and had been moved offshore. The buildings that we can see to the north of us were being directly impacted by waves during the high tides.
For scientists, this extreme weather event was a sign of things to come.
Every second, about 30 billion litres of warm tropical water is brought down by the East Australian Current. That's 25 times more than all the rivers on Earth. So we're strongly affected by the East Australian Current, but the East Australian Current is changing. It's flowing further south and warming the waters off Tasmania, about 2 degrees Celsius over the last 60 years. And that's having a dramatic effect. The ocean is like a corner piece in the climate change jigsaw puzzle. We're trying to understand more about how the ocean affects the climate system and how climate change itself is affecting the ocean.
By now, the swell was at Gary and Zaza's back door, and it was destroying their house.
Sunday afternoon, they had 6-metre waves.
So the crashing, even though this is a really solid house, it almost felt like it was moving the house because of the crashing of the waves. You're not just safe in your little castle. You know, it is coming closer and closer throughout the day.
The only thing that actually was stopping the waves in that particular region of the beach was the houses. If the houses hadn't been there, in fact, the waves would have kept eating further landwards and potentially actually taken out the major road behind those homes.
Lifesavers from nearby Collaroy Surf Club stepped into the breach, and with volunteers from across the community, they put their lives on the line to build a wall of sandbags to stop the onslaught.
There were homes that were actually being undermined, and so the emergency services came and sandbagged to protect those properties in the short term, to protect them while the storm was actually occurring.
So the wave direction was coming straight in here, straight to the surf club.
The police were knocking on the door saying, get ready to evacuate.
Survival expert and Hollywood stuntwoman Kai Fano has some life-saving messages for those in harm's way.
In any natural disaster, the most important thing to do is stay calm. If you can have access to up-to-date news, make sure you listen to it and obey the authorities. They have years of experience, they have scientific equipment that we don't have access to, and they know what they're talking about. So if they tell you to evacuate, the most important thing is you do leave.
At Cape Solander, Justin Allport was about to catch the wave of his life.
The takeoff spot's just sort of here, if you're paddling in, just around where that one's breaking, maybe a touch further out. And behind that, you got super deep water.
And we've seen waves, you know, they're a couple of stories high. But they're breaking in 4 foot of water, 3 foot of water. So the size of the wave, it was, whilst terrifyingly high, it was the thickness and the power. Like, it'd be thousands of tons of water in every wave just hitting this rock shelf. There would be waves out there that you could have driven a bus inside the barrel.
It wasn't a huge wave on the takeoff, but I could see down the line it was one of the bigger ones of the day, and it just got me excited, and I just thought, I'm going to get so barreled on this thing. So I took off and I got down this wave. And I really can't remember exactly what happened, but the board got sucked up the face. And I went over, backwards. I remember just saying to myself, just submit to it, let it take you where it's going to take you, just hold your breath, you're going to be fine. And the wave went over me, and then I just did one more cycle. And as I did, I got pushed backwards, and my shoulder blades hit a rock. And it hit real hard.
Back at Collaroy on Sydney's northern beaches in Australia's most populated city, multi-million-dollar mansions were washing off the beach, and emergency responders and locals were scrambling.
When the swells hit the road, you could see the power, and you could see why the damage would be so great.
Well, the cops turned up and said, look, you may have to evacuate. And then all of a sudden, just in front of them, a whole load of the garden just went, and they all leapt backwards, as I did. And I just walked back into that house and said to the kids, I said, right, everyone start packing and budget for about 3 weeks.
The storm really struck overnight, and that coincided with the first high tide, and it was really then that the initial damage was revealed to all of us. It was a very unsettling and scary event for quite a lot of people. I was beside a building. We could actually hear some sounds, rumblings of the buildings, so the buildings were moving around.
This rumbling was a combination of swell and a king tide, a force described by meteorologist Grace Legg.
With tides, it's the variation that we see in our water levels due to the difference in gravity as the sun, earth and moon interact. So it's this pull of more gravity in some areas that pulls that water in and allows you to get those higher tides.
The ocean waves had now reached the properties of Gary, Zaza and their whole beachside community.
Well, it was hitting it on the full, effectively, and that's where the damage gets done. And that's the awesome power of the ocean.
So you could say the waves had to be 6 metres. They were just absolutely enormous.
So those largest waves were breaking at 10 metres of that order. That's of the order of the height of that blue building we can see behind us. That size wave breaking offshore.
So after each high tide, the low tide, you could see a huge amount of debris on the beach. You could see fishing boats, you could see massive logs, trees, you could see fridges.
The whole area was in turmoil because we've got the lake as well, and the garages were disappearing on that side. It was happening on both sides. The roads were disappearing under the water.
In the days leading up to the storm, we had a sense that this was going to be a large erosion event, but it wasn't until actually turned up at the beach and as the sun was rising and saw the damage that had occurred that it really could really appreciate what a large event it was. And with mixed feelings too. As a researcher who spent a lot of time studying coastal erosion, it was fascinating to see the event unfold. But at the same time, to see a number of, at that stage, private homeowners really being severely impacted was quite a significant both personal and professional event to witness.
Ex-military operative and risk management expert Joanna Harmdorf has worked in extreme and dangerous environments around the world. Her experience has taught her some clear guidelines for those caught in a storm surge situation.
So we advise that if you do get swept away by water, you get onto your back and you try to stay facing forward. Okay, this so you can see what's coming. If you get the chance to actually grab hold of a pole or what's left of a house or a tree, then that is your best chance of surviving. You won't fight the current, you won't win this.
Nighttime also brings added threat to any water emergency.
In any climate, at night it will cool down, and if you're wet and cold for a long period of time, then hypothermia is an actual threat. If you do get wet and you have to survive overnight, try to get out of the wind, so find a sheltered area. And if you are with someone, then body-to-body heat is the best way of staying warm. So get really nice and close and keep each other warm.
Because the largest tides were occurring at night, that was when we were seeing the most dramatic changes occur on the beach. And in fact, a building was starting to make some noise as it was shifting around. So it was quite a dramatic period of time for those directly involved in protecting the buildings for a couple of hours during each high tide.
So weather is random, like a game of chance. Climate is more like the casino. It sets the odds of how likely a particular weather event is going to happen. Climate change is shifting the odds in the casino. So we have much more likelihood of extreme events occurring than we did before.
You're feeling scared, you're feeling excitement about what's been going on around you. And there's also fear. For me, there was a whole load of different emotions that were going on during the storm. You know, where are we going to end up staying? How long are we going to be away for? Am I going to have a house when I wake up the next morning?
Yeah, where we're standing now, we definitely would have been during the storm. In fact, the sand we're standing on was washed away. The waves were impacting on the wall and, in fact, damaging the blue building we can see as each wave was rolling in and impacting the front of that building.
where those waves are breaking now, those waves were breaking on these roller doors and in fact smashed them straight in. So the waves came right through here, brought sand through, brought water through. All the gear that was in here was absolutely tossed around.
So the sea managed to go over the top of that, went inside the building. The rain was so heavy that the roof caved in as well. So it's not just the sea that was coming in, they had the storm coming in above.
The neighbour a couple of doors up, Malcolm, he lost his pool, and that was the famous pool which went round the world.
Well, there was a swimming pool, so at low tide, you could actually see a fully formed swimming pool, concrete swimming pool, as one structure sitting on the beach.
The pool on the beach at Coleroy is an iconic image around the world. It really emphasised the vulnerability of building infrastructure on the active beach.
If you can just visualise as far as the horizon, it was just white froth all the way across the sea. It was totally surreal, and it was just incredibly noisy. It felt really, it was extraordinary.
This was no cliche. It was a dark and stormy night. But 6 months earlier, on the other side of Sydney, a different storm had already come whirling out of the Pacific with the city in its sights. And it would give the locals a taste of what was to come. 2015 in Sydney, and it's 9 days before Christmas. What seems like a quiet day at work is about to go seriously bad for the seaside suburb of Kurnell.
It's a beautiful sunny day in Kurnell today, which is nothing like the day the tornado hit, which was basically hell. Just apocalyptic storm that came through and basically destroyed everything in its path.
Andrew McGregor works at Sydney's desalination plant. Ironically, a source of fresh water for the city in times of emergency. But in 2015, it was in the firing line of an approaching tornado.
We were at work and we could see there was a storm coming and the sky was getting a bit darker, so we decided to go have a look to see if, we might get some hail or something like that, but we got a lot more.
This was the 2015 Kurnell tornado.
So the tornado came through the township just behind me here, across Botany Bay, along the eastern suburbs, affecting millions of people.
With winds travelling at the same speed as Formula One race cars, the tornado ripped onto the land from the water.
So where I was is just on the other side of these buildings here, filming that roofing coming off, floating through the air, basically straight past here. If I walked out further into the wind from where I was, it could have picked me up or thrown me across the car park there. It was pretty intense, the force of that wind. If any of those sheets came through the air and hit me, it could have cut me in half. It could have just sliced straight through. First, we just saw the trees, all the branches just being ripped off, and then pieces of sheet metal, this other debris just almost floating. The intensity, the ferocity of that wind was hopefully something we never have to experience again. Just the sound coming through the warehouse, the sound coming through the trees. It was like standing next to a plane on a tarmac.
As Andrew felt the force of Mother Nature's fury, the tornado was destroying Kurnell. Ripping through homes and businesses, office workers were fleeing for their lives.
Yeah, people were definitely afraid for their lives. There was a lot of danger.
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Having your house cave in or having power lines come down on you, being hit by a tree branch or being hit by one of those sheets of metal.
For animal rescue worker Shane Hendricks, the tornado was looking deadly. Not only for him, but the rescue animals he loved and cared for.
Literally, we'd fostered hundreds of dogs when we were living at that house, but I love them probably more than anything else in my life. The day the storm hit, I was sitting at home. I got a phone call from my mum just saying to get all the animals inside. There's a really bad storm coming. I walked out to the lounge room and I looked in the backyard. I said, Mum, I've got to go. I've got to go. And just watched the storm come through the backyard. It literally it turned in the yard, picked everything up, and it just went up. I then ran into the bedroom with all the animals. The hail at that point was about the size of softballs, and the roof was just gone in slathers. I looked outside, out the front. The telegraph poles were down. There was 3 of them down out the front of my place. I had power lines all over my front yard and my cars. When the storm struck, it literally, you could have drawn a line down the centre of my house, and the left side was obliterated and the right side was completely untouched, which was super lucky because that's where we hid.
Back at the desalination plant, the tornado was in full effect.
Yes, people would have been very worried for their safety, for their lives. I don't think anyone in this area would have experienced anything like that before. There was a lot of both fear, excitement, a bit of pandemonium, lots of houses, a truck was blown over. In the distance, you could see what we thought was lightning strikes, but it was the power lines arcing on themselves, flashing and sparking constantly.
Coastal engineer James Carley from the University of New South Wales studies the mutant forces that smash into Australia's shores.
The Kernel tornado, so tornadoes are a different weather phenomena to what we normally talk about low pressure systems. So they're operating on a very small scale. So nevertheless, it was extreme winds. So very small area tornado, only half a kilometre across, and it came through the Kernel area, did massive amount of damage. I did see it not long after the tornado hit, and I noticed damage in a lot of buildings. A lot of fairly modern new structures were ripped apart and walls ripped off them. Noting, under being an engineer, under building codes, we don't actually design for tornadoes in Australia, so tornadoes are outside the design codes for buildings.
Yeah, devastating for everyone here, just to see your life basically destroyed in the matter of minutes.
Tornadoes, hurricanes and typhoons may all seem like similar weather events. But for Australian Bureau of Meteorology extreme weather specialist, Grace Legg, a tornado is a specific weather event not to be confused with a hurricane.
Tornadoes are small areas, a few kilometres to maybe tens of kilometres across they can be. Very small tracks, very hard to predict though because they're such a small area and they can dissipate and form quite quickly. Cyclones, on the other hand, tropical cyclones are large systems. They're hundreds of kilometres across.
It may have only been hitting a small area and lasted just minutes, but when the tornado was finished, an entire suburb had been thrashed. Shane's bravery saved those he cared for, but it's a painful memory.
I was lucky. I had the day off work. If I didn't have the day off work, I truly believe a lot of my pets would be dead. It was definitely a shake-up for the town, but I love Kernel, and it was... Sorry. It was actually really nice to see everyone come together. Yeah, baby.
There you go.
That day, it's a day that I'll never forget. It's ingrained into my memory forever. It's something that's going to come up every year at that time of year. Everyone's going to remember the tornado that came through and what it did.
We were so incredibly lucky that no one died. You know, we were so incredibly lucky that all my animals and all the animals in my care were completely fine.
Survival expert Joanna Harmdorf has some clear messages for those faced with extreme events like tornadoes and hurricanes. Amazingly, it's a tip Shane Hendricks instinctively knew.
Find any shelter. If you're not in your house, anything. If you're outside, even in a ditch would be best, and stay low and wait till it blows over. But if you have the luxury of being in your house, go to the most inner room that you've got, because glass is going to be very dangerous if that comes flying in.
The Kernel tornado was a freak event that lasted only a few hours. But 6 months later, when the Sydney superstorm of 2016 hit, it hammered the city for 3 solid days. At Sydney's big wave location, Cape Solander, professional surfer Justin Allport has suffered the biggest wipeout of his life. And he was now fighting to survive. Surf lifeguard Ryan Whippet-Clark and his team had only seconds to save Justin's life.
When you're sort of out here and it's big, my mental process is get me the hell out of here. Quick, get to the middle, get to the deep water, but you've just got to try and stay calm in that rescue environment.
Justin had taken off on a wave 3 stories high, and it had slammed him into a shallow rock ledge. Now he was underwater and about to lose consciousness.
I was concussed and I didn't even know. I just remember getting to the top and seeing Ryan Hipwood come in on the jet ski that he towed me in on. He was coming for me and then just jumps off it. And then he starts swimming for me, and then another jet ski's coming. And I'm like, what is going on here?
The whitewash was so big, I couldn't see what was happening behind it, but when he popped up, he was pretty much unconscious, kind of just wobbling in the water.
He grabs me and sort of pulls me in like a lifeguard would, and they take me out to a safety raft. And then I seen a bit of blood or something. Someone said, oh, you got a nasty cut on your head.
And he was worried about his shoulder without knowing that he had a hole in his head, you know, that you could stick your fingers in.
I nearly wanted to cry straight away. I got emotional. I was like, oh, my 3 children, they were only young.
As soon as you're sort of out of the wave zone and into that safety of that channel, it then becomes a real serious situation, and it's spinal management, trying to stop the bleeding.
And there's no communication. I'm going, someone just ring my wife.
And it's hard, like, you're sitting there looking at a mate who, you know, realistically, 15, 20 seconds earlier could have hit himself any worse and he'd be dead.
Without the lifeguards, mate, I could have died.
It's an amazing story of survival, and it still brings emotion to the 2 men who experienced that life or death moment.
Good, mate. What's happening?
Nah, no worries, mate. How you been?
I'm good, yeah.
Back to the scene of the crime, eh?
Yeah, thanks heaps, eh?
No worries,
Hey,
mate. No worries.
You and your boys just looked after me, so I'm that stoked. And
that's what we're here to do. But and when it's as big as that and scary as that, it's sort of, it puts it into perspective how dangerous this wave is. And
I just couldn't believe how professional you guys were. Without you guys, you know, we wouldn't be able to, like, do what we do.
Yeah.
Survival expert Kai Fano has a simple tip to survive in deadly surf and storm environments.
If you are caught in big surf, the key is to relax, because it's going to depend on how much oxygen you can hold in your lungs. If you are fighting the surf, then you're burning up oxygen. But if you can relax and hold your breath and know that eventually you'll come to the surface of the water, then that's the most proactive thing you can do in big surf.
As Cape Solander's life and death surf competition was coming to an end, on Sydney's northern beaches, one small suburb was still being destroyed.
Was a war zone. You saw trucks bringing massive piles of sand in. You saw probably 300-400 people putting sand in sandbags.
Homes collapsing into the ocean as wave after wave struck.
There was a massive crack that appeared behind me. So when the sea came, it wasn't just nibbling, it was taking great chunks of the garden, and I just jumped back, and at that stage you knew that, you know, you were in trouble.
a tsunami combined with an earthquake. I know it sounds a bit of a weird description, but when the earth trembles and the cracks open up, but you've got the sea that has created that as well.
The wind, the surge, the giant swell. Few had ever seen the ocean attack with so much wrath. But in the past, Sydney has experienced freak storms, a warning of things to come.
There's been a number of severe storms that I've seen. I was around in 1974. That was a very dangerous, severe storm.
In 1974, an extreme weather event, later dubbed the Cygnus Storm, hit Sydney, smashing buildings and destroying beaches.
I was about 11 years of age when the Cygnus Storm came through, and we saw damage and destruction all over the place, and that was one of the defining moments of my life.
1974, I remember it well, but the force of the 2016 storm was devastating.
The storm from 1974 was almost 50 years ago, but many scientists are seeing an increased frequency for these extreme events.
As the planet gets warmer, as we emit more greenhouse gases, as the atmosphere traps more heat, we're seeing an increased intensity and frequency of extreme events. They're here to stay, and they're going to get worse.
There are about 3 days when with every high tide we'd see another wave of damage occurring to the coast.
The ocean just took the sand away. That was the first thing it took. And then it decided to take everything else that it could find.
So during the storm, my mother's ashes were buried in the garden. Yeah, they were on the other side because my mother used to, she was disabled. And we built the ramp along the side of the house so that she could come here in her wheelchair and watch the sea. She used to love coming here. It didn't really sink in until a couple of days later going, oh, hold on, what's missing? Well, what have we lost during this? So I think for me, that was probably the most precious thing for me that disappeared on that day.
The town of Collaroy was devastated, but it wouldn't break the community's spirit. Locals banded together to save what was left of their suburb.
The Australian spirit that we all talk about was evident in adversity.
After 3 days of struggle, pain and loss, the sea abated. The battle, for now, was over.
Absolutely, I think we have a false sense of security about Mother Nature. We can become quite complacent about what could happen, and it's not going to happen to me. And just be very respectful of Mother Nature and know that her power, when she hits hard.
The perfect storm, a combination of giant swells, king tides and ferocious winds had left the city torn and, in places, destroyed. A storm no one who experienced its power would forget.
In the coming decades, sea level is rising. We're measuring it on the Sydney coast. Sea level is going to be that much higher. And it was a real precursor of we should start to plan for, or we are planning for, this type of event becoming more of a common occurrence.
In Southeast Australia, we're seeing much more volatile weather caused by climate change and other factors.
To actually see an erosion event of this magnitude, and probably the largest I'll ever see in my career, was quite an awesome experience.
We are going to have more extreme weather events, and that is going to impact our coastline substantially.
And it's likely the future we're all facing is only going to get worse when it comes to extreme weather.
As Australians, we're a uniquely coastal-focused nation. We cluster on the coast. 85% of Australia's population live on the coast, and that's only going to increase. We need to manage, adapt and accommodate these type of events becoming more common in future.
It's a nightmare scenario that if sea levels rise, These houses could experience the destruction of a storm surge and king tide permanently. A deluge that would make them uninhabitable.
When you have an event, for example, like in Collaroy in 2016, where a big storm is pushing lots of water onto shore, combined with a king tide, it can be catastrophic. In the future, we can expect a lot more of these events as sea level rise erases any room for error.
So certainly under a changing climate, we're seeing the risks to our communities mutate and change into the future. So the combination of increased population and urban development combined with a changing climate means that we're seeing more significant disaster risks into our future.
Wind, water, fire, and earth. Elements of creation. Elements of destruction. These are the forces of nature's fury. Australia is a tough, dry continent. A cruel climate where the sun burns the earth red across an inland ocean of dust. When things heat up down under, nature goes mutant. Whoa! Some face a hard scrabble life farming this arid world.
This would be an unprecedented drought. Yeah, it's not good.
We've gone into survival mode. We've had no rain for 3 years.
While in the towns and cities, many Aussies face the grit and blast of sandstorms a mile high.
Whoa, yeah, now I'm getting blown away.
The four horsemen of the apocalypse riding out of this red sky.
Others challenge their bodies in a race across the fiery furnace of Australia's deserts.
When you see a dead animal's carcass, it sort of did bring home that, oh my God, things die out here.
Australia is often called the driest continent. Without the big rivers that flow through Europe and America, the middle of Australia is an arid, dry land where 80% of the country gets less than 60 centimetres of rain a year. These are the dust lands, a place where the dangerous mix of heat, dust and no rain can bring drought, destruction, even death. On the edge of this barren land are the Western Plains of New South Wales. Where families have farmed sheep and cattle for generations. Now it's a place praying for rain, hard hit by the worst drought in living memory, where farmers have to hand feed their animals so they can live.
Yeah, it does hurt. I'm out here every day. There's always something to do, and if I'm not out here, things don't get done. When you're drought feeding stock, you've got to be here. I've got a job to do. They depend on us. You just got to come out, do the job, and go home.
This is Andrew Cook, 45 years old and a father of two. Andrew's family has farmed sheep on this land for generations. And his father, Clyde, has his heart in the soil.
Well, I've been here for 70 years. We bought this property my father did in 1964. The wife and I was married in 71, and so we moved here on this property then. I've been here all my life.
In a good year, this land is lush and green.
This particular spot here, we've got a photo. In 2016, we had, believe it or not, we had floods here. My son was in the photo, and there was water all across the road. And it stretched back there for a couple of K. So in contrast to it now, it's polar opposites.
This year may be the last for the Cook family, as a decade-long drought drags down hope of the land ever providing a future.
This is some of the remnants or results of the drought. We would have lost 20% of the ewes, the females, struggling through lambing. You see it firsthand here with livestock numbers dropping. That impacts on your income. Yeah, well, that is the bottom line. It is a business. I've got a family to feed. Their security is this business. Their future is in this business. .300 acres here. That was going to hopefully replenish our oat supply, but there was no rain. And it never got planted. So it's just stayed here as is. I don't really like to look at it when I'm driving past because it's a bit like a bit of a failure. It's still sitting there the same as it was 12 months ago. Yeah, so this would be an unprecedented drought. My grandfather had the drought and father had the drought in '64. But my father now says that it wasn't this bad. So that is concerning for me because he hasn't witnessed something this bad and neither have I. So going forward, yeah, it's not good. Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that are stressful, but how much preparing do you do? Do you prepare for a 3-month drought or a 3-year drought? You can't let the stress get to you, otherwise you might as well go and do something else because you are going to have a drought and it will be stressful. It's just how you manage it.
Droughts are a phenomenon understood by Dr. Sarah Perkins Kirkpatrick from the University of New South Wales, who studies these climatic events.
Drought can be defined in many different ways. So we have a hydrological, a meteorological, and an agricultural drought. They're defined with different indices, but basically it's a period where it hasn't rained much, if at all, for a long amount of time.
And most Australian droughts are connected with bigger weather cycles that affect the whole nation.
So the variability that Australia's weather and climate experience does mean that we're more prone to extreme events. We either see one type of extreme or another in terms of rainfall and temperature. It goes one way or the other.
As these Western plains run out of water and dams run dry, the Cook family scratch the last available water they can from ever-decreasing reserves.
How longer do you reckon? Another 24 hours?
Getting very, very low. It's only about 2% of water left in it. We're a bit concerned.
If we weren't to be able to take anything out of it, yeah, we would have to destock because water wouldn't last forever here. Destocking meaning selling off your stock. And just hopefully that doesn't happen. If it is the last time, yeah, the end is near.
Australian Bureau of Meteorology extreme weather expert Dr. Grace Legg has studied how this drought has hit Australia's rural lands.
The drought that we're currently seeing through parts of New South Wales and Queensland is very significant. There are large areas of experiencing drought for months and is continuing on, unfortunately not seeing a lot of rainfall through those areas. It's been months and months of less than average rainfall, so unfortunately will take more than one weather system moving through to really break that drought and is being felt by lots of people through those areas.
But yeah, we've never been in a spot where we've run out of water fully, and I don't really know what we'd do if we were in that spot.
For scientist Chris Turney, this long drought may be a warning of things to come.
I mean, when the British first set up the settlement at Botany Bay, they almost went straight into a drought and almost lost the colony straight away for several years. One of the fascinating things in Australia, I mean, it's very much a land of drought. Drought and fire. It characterises this amazing continent we live in. And one of the things we've been looking at in the past, going back hundreds of years using annual growth rings on trees, which are moisture dependent, we can see that the droughts and the floods wax and wane through time over the last few hundred years. And the droughts seem to be becoming more frequent and longer. One of the ideas that came out of North America in the last 20 years or so is this idea of mega droughts, droughts that last for multiple years and decadal length and sometimes in duration.
A few hours' drive from Nyngan is the drought-ruined town of Trundle.
We've had businesses close in the town. Unfortunately, today we just lost our last shop, so we don't have any food stalls left in Trundle at the moment. So we've lost 22 kids out of the school since 2014 because the work's dried up. The work's dried up, and unfortunately, what's also dried up is people's spirit and the hope that was in the town before. So it's just been slowly going downhill. It's like almost watching the place die.
John Southon is the principal of Trundle Central School. His students are just the same as kids anywhere. They love their sports, their friends, but the dry heat of the drought stalks their world, striking the children's family farms, bringing the community to breaking point.
Without being too dramatic, we've gone into survival mode. We're just looking at how we're going to survive because we're actually in our dry time now. We've had no rain for 3 years, no significant rain. Kids have left town because of the drought. They've had to move away because there's not the work in the town. They say they'll come back, but I just can't see that that's going to happen. The whole east coast of Australia is in drought at the moment. This is a natural disaster.
At Principal John Southon's school in Trundle, the local kids are battling on and growing up fast. Kids like Oliver Dunn.
My family has a farm at about 35 kilometres out of town towards Narromine, and it is a sheep and cropping farm, and it is 1,000 acres. Oh, the farm is really struggling again at the moment. We've just harvested a few crops, but there's been absolutely nothing. The dams are all dry, so that's not helping. The tanks are empty. Our family is struggling financially. Mum is working 3 jobs trying to make ends meet, so it's really hard. And while Dad's off away doing farm hand jobs and everything while I'm at home. It makes me feel pretty lonely, really, and it makes me feel like the man of the house, and all this pressure's been put on me, and it's not a nice feeling. I'm only 12.
Back at Little Ollie's school, Principal Southon is doing everything he can to make the kids' lives easier.
Well, in relation to the little bit of green we've kept going at the school, we've done that as a mental health strategy because these kids are walking through dried up red dirt paddocks. And then they come to school and they see the green grass and they say, well, at least this is a little emotional oasis for us. At least things are still green here.
Sutho, he's really helping us because, he has kept all the lawns green. Yeah, he's just gone on and above what he needs to do for us, and it's really helping us because, now we just feel supported, really.
I think it's just massively important for kids' mental health that they see that their school is still that oasis that's trying to beat this thing. Their school's not giving up, and they can come here every day and I encourage them to take their shoes off and walk across the green grass and lie on it and do all this type of thing because that's what you do as a kid. As a kid, you don't grow up so quick because of this drought. I've got 9-year-olds that are working at 9 o'clock at night and they're talking like seasoned farmers. They're talking like 50-year-old farmers. That's not right. Kids don't grow up that quick. Kids roll around on green grass. And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, I used to not want to come to school, but now just the way it's changed. I feel like, yay, another day at school. Not like, oh, not another day at school. Just more brighter and happiness.
For these kids, the school is a small oasis. But out on the farms, as the drought burns the soil and the land turns to dust, another form of mutant weather threatens these families. Dust storms.
We've had a number of dust storms, yeah. You get the odd dusty day, but we've had 4 or 5 full-on dust storms, wind will pick up mid-morning and then it can blow all day. You'll see it out in the horizon. You'll be working in the dust. They see a build-up out in the west, rolls in over the river. I'd rather be seeing storm clouds come in than a dust storm. The one New Year's Eve, it seemed to build up and fairly rich and thick. But we've had a number now, and going out there New Year's Eve, things were getting dark, and it seems to roll up, and we had to park the car off the road, had the family in the car, and just park there till it cleared, which it did. And then we continued on to the party. But when we get out there, everything's covered in dust. It leaves a trail behind.
South of the drought-ruined farms of Nyngan and Trundle, the town of Mildura was hit by a dust storm in 2019 that was of biblical proportions.
Hey there, folks. We have another dust storm come to Mildura.
Mildura resident Nicholas Zachary was there to film it as the wall of dust crushed into his town. Though, as if by stealth, the dust storm gave little hint it was on its way.
Yeah, the lead up to the dust storm the day before was just an average day, blue skies, a couple of clouds, that sort of thing. Nothing unusual, no wind. Actually, even that morning was nice and calm, beautiful blue sky.
But the mile-high wall of sand had the town in its path.
So I left work, got home just after 5 o'clock and, got out of my car and that's what I found is a dust storm coming over the houses. I just pulled out my phone and started filming it, basically.
So this happens probably at least once a month in Mildura. In some months it happens more often than just once. This happens regularly.
Yeah, pretty much. It was a wall of dust kilometres high and you could see it coming from a mile away.
Can't smell it yet, but it's a-coming.
In the footage that I took, it was about 4 minutes from the time that I started recording till when it actually sort of got there.
Let me just pan along so you can see just how big this thing is. This is pretty damn extreme.
Then the dust storm hit.
It looks like the thickest part of it's coming straight through here.
So just before the dust was directly overhead, huge amount of wind, and then as soon as the dust hit and it went black,
it has never been this dark before. This is not cool, man. It is still 5 o'clock, as you can probably see there. I might try and get a bit closer to this street light.
I couldn't believe it. 10 past 5 in the afternoon, completely black.
It's so dark. There is so much dust in the air.
No sky, no stars, no moon, no nothing, no sun. You couldn't even, normally when there's a dust storm, you can see the sun through it. Nothing. It was just pitch black.
Oh, yeah, this is how dark it is. Dark enough for me to run into a tree.
Scientist Patrick de Decker from the Research School of Earth Science at the Australian National University understands the bigger link between dust storms and drought.
Australia is the land of contrast. There are very wet periods
and there are very dry periods. With a lack of water, vegetation dies, and the soils are very dry, and then material can be lifted under some circumstances by the wind.
All right, I need to go inside because I literally cannot see anymore. Day went to night and the night went to hell. And that's pretty much what happened in those few minutes. The house at the end of the street is invisible. There's a car right there, parked, completely invisible.
As extreme weather expert Dr. Grace Legg explains, it's the dry heat in Australia that causes these mutant dust storms.
So often in Australia, we do get a lot of what we call dust storms, which is we start to see that dust being raised up by those stronger winds, and it's normally on a cold front or some sharp change. So it's a sudden change in the area that we're seeing those winds come from. Over Australia, because we have a lot of areas that often see much less rainfall, a lot of dust builds, not so much vegetation there, so it is quite loose. And when we get those really strong winds coming through, it picks up the dust and ends up causing a lot of problems, very low visibility in them as well.
These down-under dust storms are more than just a meteorological mutation. They bring hell to the families who have to live through them.
In the afternoon, the wind will pick up and then we'll start getting dust storms. And it just coats everything in red dust. I've had farmers' wives say that it's beaten me. You'll have the sky that will almost look orange. And it's relentless.
And dust storms are a phenomenon that are increasing as the drought drags on.
Well, we now know that with the increase of temperatures, the land is parched in many places, and as a result, you've got more dry conditions, and a large proportion of Australia today is extremely dry, and this is when dust storms are going to become more prevalent.
Yeah, I would say that. Dust storms are getting pretty frequent, yeah. When I was younger, yeah, you might have one dust storm in the summer, but yeah, not a run of them like this, and just windy days.
As the storm blanketed the town, it became a vision of hell.
Yeah, it looked like the sort of thing you'd expect to see the four horsemen of the apocalypse riding out of this red sky and just, descending upon the earth. It was pretty full on. I sincerely hope that anyone with any breathing difficulties is not suffering too badly at the moment. Once it went black, it was black. It was nighttime. My watch was barely visible from, the kind of visual distance that you'd look at your watch at.
Oh, yeah, now I'm getting blown away.
You could feel dust hitting your body, hitting your arms, hitting your face.
It's an experience Principal John Southern has also had to survive during his time in the outback.
The wind actually sounds, I know this sounds very, very dramatic, but it almost sounds like it's bringing destruction with it. You see when the dust storms settle, the sun's behind it and the whole atmosphere is orange. We wouldn't let the kids go out to play for lunchtime because it was dangerous. The amount of dust in the air was dangerous to your health.
As the storm eased, a more surreal, dreamlike appearance took over the town.
When these dust storms hit, Mildura turns sepia. It looks like you're in an old movie. It's like living in the 1930s when you're in Mildura during a dust storm.
The storm had passed, but the damage was done.
So after the dust storm had passed and it was kind of safe to travel again, there were definitely a lot of trees down around, lots of leaves and limbs down across roads and on footpaths and things like that. I do worry what the future's going to be like. If these dust storms continue like that, it's going to make living in Mildura difficult. It can't be good to be breathing that stuff in. With 2020 hindsight, filming in the middle of that was a silly idea. The dust I breathed in, I don't know what's in it.
To live through hell on earth once is an experience no one could forget. But as the drought continues, it may become a more permanent way of life.
If the drought doesn't break, I think dust storms will continue to be a problem and probably get worse and worse.
In the dead heart of Australia, there's miles of land where dust has already devoured the earth. This is a place where temperatures can get up to 50 degrees centigrade. That's 122 degrees Fahrenheit. A place so hot that if you're stuck out here, exposed to the sun, you can be dead within hours. Despite its fatal possibilities, this desert also attracts the world's most extreme ultramarathon runners, wanting to test themselves against the worst conditions mutant nature can deliver.
I'm the type of person who just always wants to be pushing my boundaries, being the best version of me I can be. Being out in the extreme, it's you against the elements, and pretty much it's your head against the elements.
Jill Hennessy is an ultramarathon runner who is based in Sydney. She has run more than 50 marathons around the world. But the race in the middle of the Australian desert, known as the Big Red Run, brought her face to face with the dead centre of Australia's harshest climate.
When you see a dead animal's carcass, it sort of did bring home that, oh my God, things die out here.
The Big Red Run was organised by Greg Donovan.
The Big Red Run is a 250-kilometre, 6-day ultramarathon through the sands of the Simpson Desert. Generally, it's a self-sufficient run, so people have to provide all their own food and gear and sleep in a tent every night and basically get out and run a marathon most days and a double marathon on the 5th day.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The double marathon Greg talks about is 84 kilometres. That's 52 miles on one day in hot desert conditions.
You know, with the sort of people who take on the Big Red Run, you know, runners like Jill Hennessy, you know, you would look at a person like that and they just look like your average everyday person, but you wouldn't expect them to be ultra-endurance athletes. And, you know, what sort of sets them apart from people that don't do that is that, you know, they're really driven and, you know, they're mentally very strong.
Mental strength is one thing, but extreme heat can destroy the human body, as sport and exercise medicine physician James Lawrence explains.
So as your core body temperature starts to rise, what we typically see is that your pulse rate goes up, your tachycardic, fast heart rate, you can start to feel a bit lightheaded, dizzy, nauseous, headache, fatigued, and that's in the realm of what we'd call heat exhaustion or minor heat illness. If our core body temperature continues to rise up above 40 degrees or even 41 degrees centigrade, then what people can experience is start to get confused, can start to become drowsy or even go into unconsciousness or a coma. And that is what we consider to be heat stroke. And if that's untreated, then that's fatal.
It was this possibly lethal heat stroke condition that was to hit Jill Hennessy on day 5 of the ultramarathon, the day when she faced the final distance of 84 kilometres and a day when she ran out of water alone in the desert.
On day 5 of Big Red Run, it was the 84K, the long day, and I'd started that day thinking it will be what it'll be. I didn't put any time frame on myself. I just went into it going, Jill, it'll be what it'll be. So like any other day, I just did the same routine. I was having gels, I was trying to drink. But as the day got hotter, like it was very cold at the start and then it got hot, I was drinking more water because the desert is dry, so you drink more. And I ran out of water. So the hottest part of the day was gone and I'd run out of water. I didn't know how far it was to the next checkpoint. Trying to stay positive, not thinking about we've got no water, but just going, okay, let's just keep moving forwards. There was no one around, like there was no people. I couldn't ask anyone for water.
Jill was starting to experience the possibly fatal effects of heat exhaustion.
Dehydration sneaks up on you. Like and the same with hypothermia in the cold. It sneaks up on you, and they always say when you start hallucinating, it's got too far.
In the middle of the Australian desert, Jill's body was shutting down. She was now experiencing heat stroke.
At 45 degrees, proteins will denature, so that means their molecular structure actually starts to break down and they're essentially destroyed. So that's what happens when you cook meat. Yeah, so that's obviously not sustainable with ongoing human physiological function.
You know, your brain is going to start to sort of shut down. You're going to have sort of irrational thoughts. You're not going to be able to think rationally. And it will come on gradually, but then, you know, sometimes it can tip over the edge and it's too late.
If you have heat stroke and your core body temperature is high and that's not treated, then that essentially starts to cause organ failure and multiple organ failure, and that is why that condition is fatal if left untreated.
For Jill, heat stroke was well underway as she moved forward. Overheated and exhausted, she tried to continue.
My rookie era, I obviously went in a little bit naive to think, oh, it's dry out here. There was a bit of naivety on my behalf not to have thought about you will drink more. I was never ever thinking I'm done. It didn't even go through my head.
Survival expert and one of the world's top stunt women, Kai Fano, has some life-saving tips for anyone caught in a similar desert scenario to what Jill was facing.
Whatever you do, do not drink your own pee. This is a myth that has come about on reality television. If you choose to drink your own pee, please do it while you are hydrated, because by the time you are dehydrated, all you have is waste products in your pee, and that is actually going to shut down your kidneys and speed you towards death rather than helping you out. Just on heat exhaustion as well, by the time you're thirsty, you are already dehydrated. So if you do have water, just keep taking small sips to stave off that level of heat exhaustion, because eventually heat exhaustion leads to confusion and you won't be making good decisions with regards to your survival out there.
For Jill, the heat exhaustion was intensifying and starting to shut down her ability to think clearly.
Yes, I was a little bit hallucinating, and I think I was staggering a bit. I needed to get water in me. And then I remember coming over a dune and just seeing a hint of red, which was the tent, and going, I just got to get there. So I started running. And when I did actually see that tent, it's funny how, I think it's almost a survival instinct. I put on a run, and I'd been probably walking, just feeling weak. And then as soon as I got sight of that tent, I just started a beeline straight for it and was able to run. Yeah, because there were medics out there, and there was, I think, nurses at the checkpoint. If any of them had said to me, do you want to pull the pin? I might have, but they didn't. So that was good. They didn't go negative. They stayed positive. What do you need? Can we help you? So they kept that positivity that I needed. So then I continued on, and I actually then got sort of stronger. Like, it's amazing how once you refuel and get fluids back in, your body's still strong.
Jill survived and finished the race, but the desert had taught her a lesson.
I'm not out to beat the person in front of me. That's a nice to have. I'm out to beat me. And I'm out to go, Jill, what can you do in this situation? And how are you going to deal with it? And how are you going to grow? And the things I've discovered about myself is that, yeah, I am pretty determined. I am a positive person. I don't want to let anything beat me. Elements, extremes, I'll just deal with it. Someone will say you can't do that. I'm going to show you I can do that.
For those who challenge themselves in the furnace of desert racing, the right equipment is vital. As former military operative and survival expert Joanna Harmdorf explains.
With heat, a lot of people tend to take more layers off, but exposed skin in extreme heat is incredibly dangerous. So resist the urge to walk around bare chest because you're incredibly warm. Because heat stroke, blisters, burns are going to get you quicker than the heat will. If you go out to an area with extreme heat, then head cover is essential. Light fitting clothes, cotton, something that has the air go through it, so you do cool down underneath. You do not want to have any exposed skin if you're going to spend a lot of time out in the sun.
Jill and her fellow ultramarathon runners accept the challenge to go into this furnace of extreme heat. But back on the farms of the Western Plains, life just gets tougher as the drought continues after 3 years without decent rain. School principal John Southen has done everything he can for the kids at his school as their farms dry up, shut down, and their families face ruin.
Like, if you talk to any one of my farming kids, they can tell you everything about their farm because they're proud of it, they're proud of their heritage and they're proud of where they come from. But this natural disaster is just taking that away from us.
Little Samuel understands just how tough it is as the drought destroys their lives.
When we see stock down, it's probably makes me feel like it's not so much me, but worrying about Dad, how he's going to cope when he sees it. Because I just see it as like, there's another sheep gone. Because it's happened so much, it doesn't hit me that hard anymore. Mum feels pretty bad about it because she, stresses easily, so she probably hits her 10 times as hard as me, and I'm just a kid, but it hits me too. Struggle to keep going.
Samuel's mother, Josephine Charlton, works at the same school that John is principal of. But with a strong farming background, she knows the pain of surviving the drought.
Well, basically, it gets disheartening because you can try and do everything right, but at the end of the day, you can't put the moisture there to grow your crops. So when you're seeing these dust storms roll in, and you just know that there's obviously not enough moisture to do your normal farming. And you can be the best farmer in the world, but obviously water makes all those things happen. That's getting very scarce.
Josephine also understands the fight that Principal John Southen has to go through to make the best life he can for the kids.
And he's taught the kids that see his work, he's taught them to believe in that you can make a difference and you can change things if you need to. And that's a very positive thing to bring to a school. Basically one of our dams at the back end of the property, and normally this is a dam that would hold water year in, year out. And just the impact and the length of this dry time has meant that it's actually now fully depleted, and we'll just have to look at maybe cleaning it out a bit more now and be ready for when it does rain, and hopefully we get enough runoff not too far down the track to fill it back up again. But I know a lot of people in Australia right now might be feeling pretty crap. I just hope that they believe that it will change and it will rain. So I just hope that you lean on each other and focus on the positives and focus on what you can deal with in a day. And hopefully they'll get through and see the other side. And, you know, you can always rebuild. Hard and all as it might be, you can always rebuild no matter what happens and whatever throws in your path. And if you keep that focus, you'll be okay.
Australia's Bureau of Meteorology announced that 2019 was Australia's hottest year on record, while rainfall was the lowest on record, raising questions troubling to both scientists and everyday Aussies.
It's a hugely confronting question, what we actually have to do about climate change. It's a very confronting conversation where society has to make about what we do about climate change. We know high greenhouse gas levels are causing the changes we see today. We have to reduce our carbon dioxide emissions, and we actually have to not only reduce the emissions, we actually have to draw down the carbon that's in the atmosphere. That's causing the changes we're seeing today.
So the question about how our quality of life changes is a very subjective one, because some people might have a very good life if they have the resources to adapt to climate change, if they have the resources to continue to have safe food supply, a house, etc., then the quality of life might not be affected for some, and for others it might be a catastrophic change because they are subject to the front line of these impacts. For example, the bushfires might burn down their houses. You can say that for some people in some areas, it's going to be extreme impacts all the way up to death.
We're going to have to manage the water resources in a more intelligent manner. We're going to actually have people prepared for fires and other extreme events which they hadn't really ever thought about. Society-wise, how are we going to actually protect the most vulnerable in our society? As a community, we have to be more aware of who our neighbours are going to be, because not everyone can look after themselves, not under those extremes. And that's a really honest conversation we as society have to have.
I must confess, I'm part of a pretty privileged part of society. We all are here in Australia, and I'm largely concerned about those who don't have the economic means like us. Yes, our societies are sometimes much more vulnerable, and so we might live in a false sense of security, because as we see in sometimes the tipping points for societal democratic societies are much closer than we think. But in terms of climate change, I would largely be worried about the others. And the others are those who are directly dependent on their subsistence agricultural farming. And there, I think I see a very bleak future.
So everywhere is going to see an increase in heat waves. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you will see more of them and they'll become more intense. But there's certain nuances on how much more intense or how much more frequent they will be, depending on where you are. So over in Australia, for example, the south and parts of the southeast already experience the most hottest heat waves, and they're going to see even hotter heat waves in the future.
Yeah, I think it's a real worry what's happening with the climate. So we are seeing unprecedented changes, and these are related to our activities. There's no doubt about that. And with children, our small children, you know, I wonder, is Australia the right place for them to grow up? Is the temperature going to get too high? Are we going to have droughts? Is there going to be any water for them to drink? So these are real concerns facing everybody in the world.
Yes, this is the worst drought I've experienced, and my father before me, and he's 71.
Under a changing climate, we'd expect to see more frequent droughts, and perhaps those droughts being longer. So that obviously means more stress in terms of our agricultural industries, our water security. So these are certainly issues that policymakers should be taking account of when we're looking at a changing climate. How will our agricultural industries survive under a changing climate? How will we be able to secure our water supplies into the future?
The farmers are doing it tough. Yeah, if it continues like this, it's going to make life tough for a lot of people, that's for sure.
As the planet warms, Australia and New Zealand are going to experience a lot more extreme events, and they can manifest themselves in all sorts of different ways. We're certainly going to see increased drought with less chance of flooding, higher temperatures, particularly at night. Human beings need cooler temperatures to actually recover from the heat of the day, and it's those minimum temperatures at night, they're rising even faster than the maximum temperatures during the day.
I don't know, but we would be absolutely ridiculously naive to believe that we don't have to look at alternatives of what we're doing. We don't have to question what we're doing.
Yeah, well, I don't like when scientists speak up and say that it's getting hotter and that sort of thing, but are they right? You know, they could be right.
I'm 71. Climate change is going to affect me, but I'm not going to live that long. But my grandchildren, I'm very scared for them, because the consequences of sea level rise and extremely high temperatures, a lack of water. Globally, the indications are that many countries are going to run out of food, are going to be less productive. It's pretty scary.
At the moment, people living in the interior, with those extreme temperatures that we've seen just the last few years, they're just surviving. They're not living, they're surviving in those high temperatures, trying to keep cool. We're probably going to see a migration of people more to the coastline. We're going to actually have to manage that in a meaningful way.
It's well known around the world, Australians are really, they try very hard, they battle so many harsh environments and climatic situations in what they do. And, they tend to jump back up from adversity, and that's what's great about Aussies. But at the same time, this one will stretch us all. I really think it will.
Unfortunately, it is looking like we're going to continue this sort of drier trend and warmer conditions. It's hard to say when that drought will end. That being said, though, every drought in Australia has ended at some point.
I reckon if it rained and it poured and we actually got, really good moisture in the ground, I'd probably come out and roll in the paddock. And I wouldn't care if my clothes got stained, and I'm normally pretty particular on clothes getting stained because I've got to wash them. But I would actually just come out with the kids and probably get as filthy dirty as I could, because I just love the smell of wet dirt.
When it rains, really, we'll all just strip off and dance in the puddles and throw a party, and yeah, that'll be good fun, and just hope for more.
And in early 2020, the drought did begin to break for some of these farmers across eastern Australia. Not everyone was in greener pastures yet, but a good run of summer rain started to fill the dams again. A glimpse of hope after years of drought.